God, I always forget. 2 seconds, folks. Do not disturb. Where's that hiding at? Can't find it. Slide. Scroll some more. There it is. So we're off to a fantastic start already, aren't we? Okay, folks, here we go. Friday night, talking with a tramp. TrampCast Hangout. The channel is Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out, well, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. In a tent in a field, nowadays. Lucky me, although it is falling apart. More on that later, once a few people arrive. We'll wait for a few more people to join us, hopefully. And we'll see how it goes. Let me get my chat set up. Live chat. Okay, folks. If you do want to join me here in chat, you're always welcome. And you want to select live chat all messages rather than the default top chat. And okay, a few extra people arriving. Just saying, folks, you want to be in chat and you want to select the option above chat. You want to select live chat all messages. Hi Mike, how is life with you? Well, we'll get to that momentarily, Anthony. It's been a tricky week one way and another. It's been a tricky week. Power management has been a big part, especially now the solar panel's broken, but also the weather just hasn't been there. It's just like... midnight last night was the first time I saw the sky. Saw an open sky, a clear sky. We had a pretty good day today, fortunately, but the rest of the week's been an absolute nightmare for power. So yeah, the weather, the wind, days of strong winds, days of total cloud cover, days of rain. Was it yesterday? Rained literally all bloody day. Is that the one? One day this week, they're all merging into bloody one. But we've come through it. We survived. Good evening, Karen. I'm not sure what the just bow means. Probably a typo. Probably ended the type before you intended. Tommy Tombstone, good evening. Rain here all yesterday and today. Okay, you're just up the coast in Valencia. We had a good day today. We had sun more or less all day. It's the first time I've had power in the EcoFlow. So if you remember the story, last Sunday, I turned my freezer on, tramp in a field with a freezer. I turned my freezer on and I was watching a 2 or 3 hour live stream of Mr. Egg Thailand. And I totally forgot about the fridge freezer over there. And suddenly I'm down to 20% on the EcoFlow. And it was a cloudy day and I didn't get much in the way of power clawed back. And basically, it's been that all week. I never got above 30 or 40% all week, and I'd hit 40% there, but I'd have a tablet that was totally running out of power. In fact, right now, I'm broadcasting from the phone, but the SIM card's in the tablet. In the end, I had to pick one device or the other. And I think it was Monday night, I had to... so I used the highest level power saving mode. There's 2 levels of power saving in Android. And I had it on the ultra power saving mode. And even that wasn't good enough. I had to put an audiobook on to play and turn the screen off and just listen to Miss Marple short stories most of the night. That is remarkable, by the way. The ultra power saving mode, the maximum power saving mode. Uh, my tablet, when I'm watching videos on my tablet, 10% is 1 hour, 10% battery. So I get 10 hours roughly of normal use while playing videos. If I use that maximum power saving mode, 7% gets me an hour and a quarter. You get almost double the time for the same amount of power, kind of thing. So I highly recommend that, folks. If ever I'd actually, if I had I do have a phone that struggles for power, I would consider using that all the time. So if you have a phone that doesn't get you through a full day, consider. So you've got to go into the battery icon in the settings, in the long press on that to go in and find the setting at the bottom and turn that on, and then turn on power saving mode, and it limits the number of apps, and it limits the background tasks, gives you a small selection of apps. I did a video on it once upon a time, but it really is worth doing. Anytime you want to run one of the other apps that you've not previously set up on that screen, you can just turn it off temporarily, go run an app in the normal full environment, and then reactivate power supply, power, whatever it's called, and the battery icon, power saving, that's the word I was looking for, not power supply, but reactivate that and it'll take you back to the reduced set, and it really just saves a lot of power. Yeah, let me see where everybody is here. Karen's just wanted to say hello, she'll be back later. Can we all say happy birthday to Karen? I won't sing. Is your power due to the weather or broken solar? It's mainly this week. It's been the weather, but clear blue sky today, and I didn't get above 50. I didn't get above 50 watts. Sometimes with a clear blue sky, I'll hit 110. So it's a combination of both, but I can get by at the minute. Once summer comes and I have to run the freezer more and run the fan to try and keep it cool in here, once that happens, I won't have enough power. But for now, we'll discuss the damage to the tent shortly when there are a few more people in the house. I thought we did have a few more people. It seems to drop back down again. I must be boring you all already. Zami, hello. Marie, hello. Let me scroll back. Just want to say hello. Sorry, typo. Okay, I think I've seen everything. So just a reminder, folks, you want to have chat open, and you want to set it to live chat. All messages are visible, or something similarly worded, rather than top chat. Okay. So it's been an interesting week, as we've just been discussing in brief. Mainly because of my own stupidity last Sunday. I set myself off at a disadvantage in a week where the weather forecast wasn't looking great. Yeah, I could most days there was 2, 3, 4 days on the trot where the forecast was saying no sun, or cloud, or strong winds and other grief. And last Sunday I went and knackered it by turning my fridge freezer on, forgetting about it for 3 hours, and finding myself down to 20%. And all week I haven't been able to recover. Catch you later, Karen. Yeah, all week I haven't been able to recover. Don't get me wrong, there's been times you put the panel out and it will draw 15 watts, let's say, and I can charge either the phone or the tablet or this is what got me through. This little power bank really is what got me through. The EcoFlow fucked me about one day. We got down below, we were headed down below 10% left on the thing, and it was set to not give me power once you get to 10%. Basically, it's to turn off the normal plug socket, the alternating current, and the 12 volt cigarette socket. And also it turns off the USB-C socket, because that can be a high draw. So I set it to turn off at that point, and I moved it down to about 4%. I reset it, and when it got to 4%, instead of just turning off those specific sockets, it just turned off. So there I am, hoping that 4% would charge my tablet something like 20 or 30% on the tablet, and the thing just turned off and would not come back on until it got a power input from the solar panel the next morning. So it stopped. It's bad programming by them. That's not what it's meant to do. It's not meant to hit that level and turn off. It's meant to hit that level and turn off certain sockets. But they keep fucking up their programming. So this little beauty gave me almost a full charge on the tablet. That, like I said, fully charged tablet gives me 10 hours screen on watching videos in normal use, and in the ultra power saving mode, it gives me nearly 20 hours. It's incredible. And I do have it on more or less all the time. When I get really low, I can play an audiobook and turn the screen off, and it'll last 2 days or something, it says. That's the prediction that it gives. I've never actually tested that. But when you're in a tent on your own, and you've got long days that are just cloudy and you can't get any power, and you're already down down to the bone on power, you need something to do. I gotta have a bit of audio. I gotta have something going. Now, as an ultra fallback, I do have this speaker cum radio. The Bluetooth part doesn't work anymore, so I can't beam music or whatever to it. But the radio part works, as long as you plug in a USB cable to act as the antenna. I think earphone socket should work as well, but I don't have any earphones. Yeah, plugging in earphones should work as the antenna as well. But I don't have those. But I've been battling with power all week. In the morning, set the panel pointing in the right direction to optimize for first thing in the morning, and then watch and wait for power to start coming in, if any ever does. And some days I got absolutely nothing. Yesterday I did not get a single watt of any flavor. So let me just explain that. If the EcoFlow gets, again, a firmware change has messed this up. It used to be 15 watts was the limit. If you got above 15 watts, the EcoFlow itself would save the power. They seem to change that to 18. If you're below 18, and it doesn't show you anything until 10, if you get between 10 and 18, that power isn't used by the EcoFlow, but it is passed through, and so you can charge USB devices and things. Charge your phone or tablet or power bank. Yesterday though, because it rained all day, I think it was yesterday, not a single watt, either high enough for the EcoFlow to store or low enough to use on other devices. I got nothing all day. There's been other days like that, but normally it's a case of pointing towards where the morning sun will be, wait. Today it was 8:30 I started getting usable power, and it pretty rapidly went to the point where the EcoFlow was saving it. And then it's a case of monitoring and moving around. If it's coming through low, so like I said, below 18, connect the power bank to charge the power bank, or connect the phone or the tablet. But if you've got your phone or the power bank or something connected, and then it gets to 18 or 19, unplug them quickly so the EcoFlow, if these are drawing like 10 watts and you've got 18 coming in, you've got 8 watts going to waste when you could have the EcoFlow storing that power. And it's just been backwards and forwards managing devices and power and like I said, that Monday I was really on my uppers with it, and I had to turn the screen ultra power saving mode, screen off, and listen to audiobooks. Yeah, let me just scroll back. I see a few people arriving. Okay, there was Karen popping out. David, hello. Oscar, super enriched. I saw earlier today, mate, that you sent me an email ages ago. I haven't been in email much. Well, I don't think I've been in email at all this week. I don't know why. Mainly power management and not using the phone as much, but yeah. Cloud cover you are experiencing is due to the dust cloud from the Sahara. We're experiencing poor air quality in the UK. A reason for the blood moons. Okay, is that right? There was a few days where I couldn't tell whether it was cloud or mist. It was just hazy, and we had 2 days where the weather forecast said clear blue sky, and it fucking wasn't. You could see that the sun was there, but I was getting minimal power from it. So it's a dust cloud. Okay, I didn't know that. Rhiannon. Okay, my car covered in dirty rain marks yesterday. Yeah, we get that. We get that a lot over here. It just jumped. Covered in dirty rain marks yesterday. I did wonder. It's been mentioned by the Met Office. Fifth like. Okay, I'm seeing 6. So thank you, Andy, for hitting the like button. Everybody else, give a Tramp a favour. Like I said, it's been a hard week. I haven't slept this week at all, hardly, until last night. Fell asleep in the middle of Scruff Dog. Yeah, no, kind of the one stream I wanted to watch all week, and yeah, I fell asleep during it. Night after these winds, these bloody winds, 40 or so kilometers an hour supposedly, but that's the average. I didn't want to look and see what the gusts were. Oh, yesterday, the rain yesterday. My tent is no longer waterproof, folks. It doesn't even pretend now. After the tarp got wrecked, after the big tarp that I had that covered the whole tent almost, after that got wrecked in the last lot of strong winds, how long ago was that now? Maybe a month. We had some heavy rain, and the tent was fine. It was more or less waterproof. Some gets in under the floor somehow. I'm still looking into that. I think I know what's going on there, but that's so my floor ends up squelchy and wet. But I didn't have drips, except the one place you'd expect where I've got a rip in the roof from that yob that came around that time. But yesterday's rain wasn't even that heavy, and I had drip all over here on my bed. I sit here with a bloody bowl, drip, and some was missing and some was in random places. So I'm gonna have to get another. I'm gonna have to get a new big tarp. I've been saying it for a few weeks. I'm gonna have to get on with it and actually get another one of those. I think it was 10 meters by 8 meters. If you think it's 6 or so meters long, and you got to climb 2 meters first, so 2, 4 for the height, and then 6 for the length, so 10 meters would cover it. 2 up, 3 across, 2 down, so that's 7. So 10 by 8, I think the last one was, but I had it on sideways, didn't I? Just to make it not work properly. Take a tarp out of the box, you know what size it is. How do you tell which is the length and which is the width when you roll the fucker out? It's not like I've got a tape measure. I tried pacing it out. I thought I'd got it right, but no. I was putting it on my own in a fair breeze, way back, whenever that was. Did I? Yeah, I did put that one on my own. Yeah, I thought I had. Memory, folks. What's one of them? Scrolling. Live check. Yeah, folks, if you are here watching live on Friday night, if you're in Europe, maybe Friday afternoon or evening if you're stateside. Bottom left corner, little red dot says the word live. If it doesn't say live, then you might be behind. You might make a comment, and we might be an hour ahead of you or something at some point, and your comment will be out of context. Although often I'm the one that's behind with chat, and by the time I read the chats, I need extra context. I lose track of what people are saying and why they're saying it. You know, tramping a field. What do you want? Any rooms there for any Iranians? Oscar's got auto. You haven't got auto name complete, have you? I don't get that in YouTube. It's the one thing that I like about Twitch. As soon as you hit the @ symbol and start typing a name, it shows you a reducing list until you can just click on the one that you're after. So someone with a really long name, like when they were using the old system, people had to type Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja if they wanted to respond to me. Like when I was in Scruff Dogs or Clives or whatever. And that was on Twitch, that's okay, but on YouTube now, I think if you're on a PC, if you're on a proper PC or watching it in a browser, I think there is autocomplete, but not in the YouTube app. Or maybe someone said once you have to hit tab, but that's not a key that exists on an on-screen keyboard typically. I don't know. It's on your phone, mate. Really? I don't get autocomplete on phones. Unless you're just getting something with like the autocorrect, if it's sensing something you've typed before, or I don't know. Modern tech, I'm well out of touch for some reason. Okay, I think I'm caught up. We've done the I did the intro right at the start, but there was only 1 or 2 people here. I did the intro. We've said about the red dot. We've said about choosing live. I never know what they're calling it. Live chat. All messages are visible is the wording I get here. So we've done all. I think we've done all the things, have we? No, I introduced the channel. I didn't introduce the program itself. I guess this is a TrampCast Hangout. Now, a TrampCast was a program I used to do, talking about my last 7 days in the life of. That had a more formal structure. This is not that. This is just me and you chatting. Me and chatting. Spot the redundancy or whatever there, but that's what it is. There's no structure. We just chat. Occasionally I'll have a few prepared topics. Not really today, apart from the diatribe I've already given about my power struggles. My struggles with power. Electricity, that is, not taking control. I'm sitting funny. Oh, I'll tell you what we haven't done yet. Oh. No passport needed to get into Gibraltar. No, because they've moved the Schengen line to around Gibraltar. It's when you leave Gibraltar that it all gets awkward. They want to make it easy for day trippers and such, and not have the hassle. But if you go to Gibraltar and then try and fly out or sail out or whatever, then you're leaving Schengen and you do the whole passport control thing. For some reason, the Brits are bowing down to the foreigners. Who knew? How unusual. Let's not go there. I tell you what we haven't done so far, folks. We haven't introduced my girl, and she is awake at the moment. I don't know if you can see her. Oh, she's a shadow in the background. Let me look away. Turn the flash on. Hold on. Hey baby girl. Tina girl. Can I get a cuddle? Can I get a cuddle? Why are you not on the bed? Why have you gone down the gutter again? Now, just before we went live, folks, I was making my coffee as I do, and although we've got a clear sky above us, I'll keep the camera on Tina for a little bit. Hey, babe, talk to the peoples. Clear sky above us, but we had lightning and a bit of thunder off to sea, and there was two quick flashes, or it could have just been one kind of, like one double flash kind of thing, forked lightning maybe. I didn't actually see it myself. I had my back to it, but I saw that there had been a flash, and then we had I kid you not, 30-second rumble of thunder in the distance. There, I think she's bored. She doesn't want to be on the camera. She was looking right at me before I pointed the camera, before I put the light on and pointed it at her. Yeah, and look, now she's turned. She's looking right at me again. Now she's going to turn away, aren't you? Hey, babe. Okay, that's enough, Tina. I'm getting jealous. You're taking the spotlight away from me. Missile flash. That's not impossible. That's not impossible, is it? The way the world's going, what do we think? World War III? I mean, the Middle East's kind of going up, isn't it? Iran's turning on all of its supposed allies, bombing all the Muslim countries as well as Western military bases. You're in range. I've no idea, am I? I don't know. I don't know what the range of their current missiles are. I mean, we're a lot further away than Israel and what have you, but I don't know. Apparently, by some definitions, it's World War IV. What did I miss? Was it Einstein? He said, I don't know when World War III will be, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. The wind suddenly picked up a little bit ago as well. Let's not make light of what the warmongers are doing. They won't be satisfied until they've involved China and Russia. Well, here's the thing. Will it be Iran that's bombing China and Russia? At the minute, you can't rule out that possibility. Apart from the distance, I think, to China. But I don't know. What's the old, is it a Chinese curse? May you live in interesting times. Well, we're certainly living in interesting times. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, it stopped. If you hear a car alarm, the driver stood at the door, isn't it? It's okay, babe. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. Just a car alarm. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Oh. Well, one thing I'll tell you, folks, I don't think it's going to be a long stream. Like I said, I've hardly slept all week. And Tina's been a little bugger. When I try for my afternoon nap, I'm just nodding off. There'll be some trashy sci-fi AI slop sci-fi story playing in the background, and I'm listening and I'm just nodding off, and I'm just getting there. I'm just in that rhythmic breathing. I'm just going under. She'll bark, or whimper, or whatever. Between the wind, the rain, and the dog, I haven't slept a wink all week. I mean, it's not that's hyperbole. One night, I can't remember when, maybe Wednesday, I slept for 2 hours, maybe 3, 2.5, somewhere around there, probably more likely, because I was mid-conversation with someone, tippy-tappy typing on Messenger, and next thing I knew, it was like 3 in the morning or whatever. That's probably the longest sleep I had until last night, when I fell asleep probably somewhere around midnight and woke up at 4 o'clock. That will literally be the longest sleep I've had this week. The rest of the week I've been smacked in the head by the tent and blown fucking side to side, drips coming in through the roof, and oh, I haven't mentioned it yet, we took some serious damage to the tent. So if you've seen the videos where I've shown that far corner down towards where the cooking end of the tent is, where the cooking set is outside, there was damage to a corner, and I'd used some tape to stop that running, and that was okay. But the bottom of the tent, the entire width at that end, all had those stress marks. Those, I say stress, but also kind of stretch. You could see it was going to go through sooner or later. But when you've got 40 odd km/h winds with gusts that are even stronger, I went out there the next day, and just above the skirt, so you've got a thicker kind of plastic skirt along the bottom, then you've got the tent material proper, all the way along from one pole to the other, or the entire width, so 4 or maybe 6 inches off the ground, all the way across is just ripped. Don't think I can patch that, because you can't stick duct tape to the outside of the tent when it's been up this long. It's too dusty and dirty, and the duct tape just won't stick. Now I could reach through probably and put some strips on the inside just by putting my hand in. I could probably get a few, like as what would you call them? Well, they call it in tack, just to tack them. I was going with the word in sewing, where you just do a temporary stitch before you do the proper job. I could do something like that, but in the end I've just gone with a tarp over that end. So the tarp's way too long. I could probably come back another rib, another section of the tent, but I haven't had time to play with it yet. I was just trying to get it on before it rained. And yeah, damage to the tent. What can you do? Where are we? You're in range, I saw that. Southern Europe is in range, okay. Let's not make light. Einstein was lying, he knew. There's a local bus service to Gibraltar near the border. You got to get there first. And dog. Oh. Do you seriously believe Iran did a drone strike on the RAF base in Cyprus? Which country is next door and nearer? It isn't Iran. Drones do not have extended flight time. They can probably be carried halfway by something else, can't they? I don't know. What do you say when you're saying which country's next door? I mean, you've got Iraq's nearer, but you've got Turkey kind of right on the next door. Turkey and the whole Turkey, Greece, Cyprus kerfuffle caused after Turkey surrendered in World War I, wasn't it? Greece took their opportunity and stormed half of Cyprus. If I remember my history correctly. Nope. Okay, babe. She's looking around funny. What's wrong? Here's a prick like she's heard something that she's not happy with. What do you got, babe? What's that? Timmy fell down the well. Again? I don't know, folks. Let me have a sip of coffee. I'll get my hand out of the way of the camera if I can. So that was a little bit cooler than I was expecting. Mind you, I made it nearly an hour ago. Apparently, I'm doing triple-fisted drinking today. or tonight. I poured some red wine and cola a lot earlier, which seems to still be stood there. I didn't know that was there. I got a can of beer and I've got a cup of coffee. But I've also got my little red wine and cola from this afternoon. That's nice. A friend called round earlier. I want to say, as well as saying happy birthday to Karen, which we did earlier, but I want to say thank you to my Spanish friend Adela, who called around. Adela, or sometimes she's known as Adele. She hasn't been around in a while, and she arrived this afternoon with the shopping trolley, not the supermarket one, what I would call the old lady trolley. No offence, Adela. She called around and had two full bags, two full carry bags, shopping bags of goodies for me. I haven't really searched through as yet, but she showed me a few things while she was here. But I did straight away. There was a bag of crisps. I don't get to eat crisps very often, so me and Tina settled down and polished it off in one. You know, the fairly big bags. Not excessively, but I'm sure they're not meant to be one portion. It's not meant to be one sitting. But yeah, they were. Well, they were cheese and onion, but posh cheese and onion. Goat's cheese and caramelized onion. And I would have said, I always said that the cheese tasted more, to me, I could taste like a Danish blue or a Centegur. It tasted like a blue cheese to me. It had that sweaty foot kind of sensation to it, if that's not too offensive to anybody. I do love a good blue cheese. And was that earlier this week as well? I got to say thank you to my friend Mark, who last week went home. You remember the guy that brought me the 4 bottles of spirits? Some of them are third bottles, some of them are quarter, or I think one's a half bottle, something like that. Still got most of them. Relax. But Mark went last week. One day this week, a few days ago now, his family were going home. So these are the people that had been buying the cigarettes, and when you buy the cigarettes, you get the little bottles with it. Well, they went home maybe a week after Mark, and I had no clue. They stopped. I was quite worried actually. A car pulled up outside. And when you hear a car and then you hear 2 doors, my first thought is police. If a car unannounced comes down and stops, I'm on edge. Now some cars just stop. There's a guy gets his phone out and starts messing about just before he gets home. Very, very strange behaviour. Who pulls up like 200 meters from home and starts using their phone when they could use it at home? I think that's a guy who's having an affair, but that's just my supposition. But but anyway, this car pulled up, bang bang, the doors opening, closing, and oh shit, Tina goes wild. So I spend a minute wrangling Tina and stopping her trying to get out. Despite the fact she can't actually get out, it doesn't stop her trying and getting in a mess in the doorway. Anyway, I open the door. They start kind of calling, "Hello, can we come?" And I hear English, and I'm thinking, "Oh, good, it's not the police." And yes, Mark's family bring, I think, 3 carrier bags of 3 shopping bags. They said it was what was left over in their cupboards. I think they very generously. There was some stuff that was clearly from their cupboard, but I think they'd done an extra shop just to pad it a bit with some extra stuff. But thank you to Mark again for the alcohol last week, and to Mark's family for the food this week. And again, to Adela for these extra supplies. Yeah, it's always nice when people pop around and bring a few bits with them. I was just thinking a few days ago I'll have to go shopping, which is always a trauma. It's a question of whether to take Tina and to do battle with the wheelchair. Well, to do battle with Tina trying to get her into the wheelchair, to put it more correctly. Or whether to leave her here and race there and back as quickly as I can. So the shop's a 10-minute walk away. You've got to allow 5 minutes to do the shop and 5 minutes to get through the till, and then 10 minutes back again. So you're looking at half hour to go and do a proper supermarket shop. Leaving Tina at home, which she doesn't like being on her own. But she's at the point where it's kind of uphill to get to the supermarket, and I end up having to either pull her or push her up the hill. And then when we get there, I've got to take her out of the wheelchair. Then when I'm finished shopping, I've got to put her back in the wheelchair. 35 kilograms of wriggling, struggling dog at every one of these. So there's 4, picking her up and putting her in, picking her up and taking her out, putting her back in, and then when we get home, taking her back out again. And I have to walk her before putting her in the wheelchair anyway. You've got all that. Carrying half a dog a couple of 100 yards that way and a couple of 100 yards back. It's rather physical, folks. It's rather physical. I'm glad she's not owned by a little old lady. The little old lady wouldn't be picking her up and carting her about. Anyway, that's not why you're called. Oscar and Sign of Nature are talking about the Middle East issues. 2 of my favourite conspiracy theorists, questioning every piece of news and rumour. Did you see the news that Iran had sunk about 3 aircraft carriers? And they've got pictures to prove it. AI slop again. In fact, I think it was 4. They claim to have sunk 4 aircraft carriers, and there's only 2 over there. Yeah. Whereas actually, didn't the Yanks sink Iran's only aircraft carrier? But it's more of a drone carrier. They had a kind of a mini aircraft carrier for launching drones. Had, I think, past tense now. Yeah, you know. I don't know what to believe with half of it. Dinghy Brigade going to get busier. Well, there's already, yeah. What was the one in America? Was it in Texas somewhere? Dallas or Houston? Then we had the one was the one in Scotland and one in Birmingham. Where was the guy with the 2 knives? The guy was just walking around the street, and there's armed police arrive on scene, and the guy just goes and starts hanging out of his window. Pop, pop, pop. What are you fucking waiting for? What's the point? Why are we paying for guns for armed police if they're not going to use them? The fuck is that about? I say we, I'm not there. I haven't paid taxes in the UK in a while. But you guys, you want to be demanding your money back. Why are you paying to arm the police if they're going to stand around and not use their guns? In fact, this guy was still in the street while armed police were on the scene, and the only person who attacked him was some guy with a stick or something. Some guy fucking ran at him. And the police were there watching. They'll probably arrest the guy with the stick now, won't they? That's the crazy world we live in. That's the crazy world we live in. Where are we? USA have no mandate from the UN or surprise. They've so yeah. Every war that's happened in the last 30 years, no declaration of war, and no mandate from the UN for any kind of intervention. The US have just rode roughshod over all of that international law. Whenever they want, they just say fuck international law, don't they? Now, I personally think that someone needed to step in with the whole Iran thing. Best guess at the minute, 30,000 of their own people killed by their police, army, security services, whatever. I think someone needed to do something to try and help the people take back their own country. As long as that's what it is, as long as it's helping them take their own country back, as long as we're not imposing a government from outside. You got the whole question of, do they want to be Muslim still? It seemed to have been implied early on that they were turning their back on Islam. I don't really believe that a whole nation will turn their back on their own religion in one fell swoop. Now they might change flavour, or just not be as radical, but I don't see them stopping being Muslim. That seems like a stretch to me. Don't know, folks. Don't know. It's complicated. A lot of money to be made from war. Kind of, because there's a lot of taxpayer money to be spent, and so people line up. And that's the role of government, to take your money and give it to private companies. That's literally what government is. They don't go out and start hiring sole traders to do jobs and work and things, do they? They're not buying stuff from you know, Bob the Baker. It goes to large companies and kickbacks for facilitators and middlemen for arranging and all of that. That's where your money goes. That's where your money goes. But yeah, they'll spend years, the way it's supposed to work, they'll spend 20 or 30 years building up a pile of money to be spent in the event of a war. But whenever you've got a government, the government there are people there who see a pile of money and think, yeah, let's get that. If we spend up 1 billion there and I can get a 10 million kickback. Or sometimes it's not as in your face as that. They just go and work for that company after they're finished in government. Work for that company on paper but not in reality. Oy. Yeah, who knows, folks. 2021 being repeated, putting it into our food chain rather than our arms. 2021, our food chain. I'm not sure what that's about. They didn't convince enough people to take the Big Mac. Or the Big Arch. Is that what it's called? The Big Arch. Did you see that guy taking the most tiny little bite, like he was petrified of eating that burger? The McDonald's CEO. It's like that, what was that guy that was leader of the Labour Party? And he bit into a bacon sandwich, but he was Jewish and it was all... There was two brothers, I can't remember that. One of them is something in Manchester. One of them's the mayor of Manchester. The one that should have been the Labour leader, probably, of the two. But it was the other one that got elected Labour leader. Can't remember their names. It's a while ago now. But yeah, no, the McDonald's CEO. I mean, okay, it is an oversized. I mean, it's a half pounder, isn't it? There's 2 quarter pounders in there. I'm not a big fan of too big a sandwich or a burger. half drops out. You go to bite it, and one half ends up on your lap. But you know, I've seen other people take a proper bite of it, and you could do far better. It wasn't very convincing. It looked like he'd never eaten a burger in his life, poor bloke. Unlike Review Bro, however you say it. Review of the week or whatever he's called. Oh, if you have your shot, you can have a donut. Yeah, they were doing things like that, weren't they? Yeah, get your shot and get a bag of chips or a burger or something. Yeah. If Tina doesn't like the wheels, she shouldn't have to. Was a good idea either way. She loves it once she's in. It's the getting in that she... I'm not sure. She just didn't take to. Yeah, no. It's... I mean, maybe it's me doing it wrong, trying to pick her up and put her down into the harness. What I could do is take the harness off the thing, strap her in the harness, and then reverse her into it. But she doesn't like the two metal poles that come either side of her. So it's tricky either way. But I've never seen one of these doggy wheelchairs yet that's set up for them correctly to be able to pee and poo once they're in. They all look like you're going to make a mess. So I have to walk her beforehand, which is kind of the annoying thing, because after I've walked her, I'm knackered already. Hot and sweaty, and then I've got to start wrangling the dog and getting her in there. And then we've got to walk uphill to the supermarket. And I've got to either pull her or push her. Either pull her by the neck, by the lead, or push the trolley. Don't think that harness has got anywhere to hook the dog lead onto the harness. I am going to have to put her in a harness permanently. I can't keep dragging her onto the bed by the neck. I think I'm hurting her. She used to do like 2/3 of the job of stepping up onto the bed. She used to do 2/3 of it herself, and I was just giving her a boost. And that's not there anymore. I'm having to hike her up here. So if I can get a harness onto her, and I think I've got one around here somewhere, or I can take the one off the wheelchair. If I can get that onto her, then I can grab her in the middle of the back and hike her up rather than by the dog collar. I kind of put 2 and 2 together with something the other day. I was commenting, my friend Tom came around, brought me a little bit of food, you know, a meal that he'd made, and I commented that Tina's back wasn't what it used to be. It's more of a strangled kind of strangled back. And then I was thinking that night, oh, maybe that's me. I don't know. But what else can you do? Yeah, no. Let me scroll. She loves it when she's in it. She kind of gallops along. You literally see a smile on her face. BS News: inflated hit struck casualties from all three sides. Yeah, maybe. We got some pure bloods in the house. Not that I chose not to have it. It wasn't really offered. Also, okay, where are we going with all the conspiracy theories, guys? People being bribed with a Big Mac. Yeah. Luke, hello. Fucking auto text again. Oscar's struggling with the struggling with the keyboard. Bad rain. Yeah, yesterday we had bad rain, and suddenly discovered that my tent is porous everywhere. It wasn't a few weeks ago when that old tarp got shredded, got mangled, and I took it off. We had some rain then, and the tent held up fine. But in the interim, we've had so many days with strong winds. Those ones the other week, it's about 2 weeks ago, is it? That were 45 and 50 kilometre an hour averages, but hitting 70 and 75 kilometre gusts. I think that's done the damage. Got a lot of kind of stretch marks in the fabric all over the place, and those are leaking. Also got big tears now as well, at floor level-ish. But I'm hoping to keep this tent going. I'm hoping to just put a big tarp over it, and in the interim I've got 2 or 3 smaller ones. I've put one on because of the rip in the wall at the other end. But it'd be a patchwork if I did it at the minute. 2 of these things are kind of a greyy green, and one's a blue. I don't really want to be a patchwork sticking out like a sore thumb. One big one, ideally green, but they seem rare. Green tarps of any size don't seem to be a thing. So they've always been blue so far. Maybe that's just because I'm buying them or people are getting them in the Chino Bazaar, but I don't know. But yeah, bad winds, bad rain, and today sunshine for the first time in the fucking week. I actually, folks, I hit 100. Oh, this was weird. This is a worry. So the EcoFlow's charging along. It's getting charged from 8:30 in the morning through to like 10:30, somewhere around. We hit 50%. It's going well. I don't look for an hour and a half. I don't monitor. But it's been creeping up slowly. 100%. I look at it and I see that it's not taking any power, and I was a bit confused, and then I noticed it was on 100. No way that in that 1.5 hours with my broken panel only getting 35-40 watts, no way that the EcoFlow took a full 50% in that 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Let me do the maths. At 40 watts for an hour and a half, that's 60 watt hours. That's only a quarter of the EcoFlow's capacity. So it should have gone from a half to 3/4 in that time. And it went to full. And that feels wrong to me. If you remember, there was that time that it was coming down. I was discharging it, and it got down to 40. This was another one of these days with no sun, so I was trying to eke it out and make the power last. And it went from 40 to fucking off. It went to 0. It went off, depleted. From 40 to not in one go, in 1 minute. I've got visions of that happening again in a day or two, the next time I'm using it. And again, we've got days where the weather forecast is showing cloud all day or rain all day. So I'm a little bit on edge with the whole thing. Yeah. How's it been in Benidorm, Luke? You guys talking about the jabs still? Bankers wars. Yeah, bankers. I am not saying that. Yeah, governments always turn to banks when they need to raise funds. I mean, that's always going to be a thing. And bonds and all of that. Future borrowing against future revenue and what have you. You know, gilts are they called when it's a government bond? Is that right? Is that what a gilt is? Um, yeah. Give us so many billion now, and in 20 years' time, we'll pay you this much back at this much interest. And then those pieces of paper, because are they bills of exchange technically? They can be traded and handed around, and they get a value of their own because of their future value. They can be traded, and people can cash them in early. Okay, we're talking in code. No, but there were things at the time of you know, if you come down and get your jab today, we'll give you a voucher and you can go and get. Like you said before, there was donuts and there were Big Macs and chips and stuff. But yeah, okay. Talking in code because YouTube. I get you. EcoFlow. How long have I had it? Is it 2 years now? Or is it 1 year? No, it has to be 2. Because I got the EcoFlow, the solar panel, and the original cool box, the one that wasn't a compressor driven thing. I got that sent out, and that went through 2 winters, didn't it? Did it? Oh, it went through a winter, and that didn't work afterwards. And so I was without anything last summer. Was that? Oh, I don't know. The months and the years, days and weeks merge, weeks and months merge, months and I've got no fucking. Jack Attack could tell me. It's a year ago that we put this tent up, and I had it well before then, didn't I? I think it's 2 years. Or coming up on 2 years. Depending on what month it was, whether it was like March or April or May. But yeah, it's done me proud, it's done me well. And it's, you know, it's not in the most conducive atmosphere. It's very damp in the air at certain times of the year. It's very hot at other times. Some of those hot days can be very damp at night. When the temperature drops and the air doesn't hold as much moisture as it did in the day, you get a lot of dew and stuff. So some of the ports are a little bit rusty and things. On the whole, it's been relatively problem-free. It has just let me down a couple of times right when I need it. Like I was saying about the other day, when I was trying to eke out every last drop of power, and it got down to 4% and turned itself off. When it was meant to close down certain ports, but stay on. It just went off. And it couldn't be turned back on until it detected a power input from the solar panel the next morning. Now it does that. You cannot turn it off while it's got power coming in. You can turn a quick press of the button will turn the screen off, but a long press, like a 2-second press to turn it off doesn't work. It turns off and comes straight back on if there's power coming in from the, even if it's just daylight, if it's not enough power to actually do anything, not enough power to charge. But that's how you can tell whether your solar panel's got a dodgy wire or not. Don't ask me how I know. If you remember the other week, I had the EcoFlow playing up with me for a little while. The BMS, the battery management system, got confused. It was on 50% but thought it was on 100. It wouldn't accept a charge even though it was only on 50%. Had to run it down to 47 and then it started. So I had that. I had a dodgy wire on my solar panel, which was complicating matters, giving me one of those now you see me, now you don't kind of issues. And then the solar panel got blown over in the wind and shattered. That was a bad week. That was a fucking bad week. So now my solar panel is running at roughly half what it should be for whatever conditions it's in. Yeah. Dumbing down education, TV programming. Yeah, I think did two of you ask the same question at the same time? Yeah, Andy and Tommy Tombstone. Yeah, roughly speaking, I'm fairly sure we're coming up on 2 years. But the deterioration of schools, the education system. Not everybody could go to grammar school, though, could they? The 60s and 70s when you had larger classes. When I started school, I think we had 40 in a class. And of course, everything you learn at the rate of the slowest person in the class. I went to a school that was formally a grammar school. It lost that status, but still had a lot of those teachers. It had only just lost that status recently. I don't know whether it's a loss of status as in wasn't good enough or whether it was just a decision by, I don't know who would make those decisions. Is it the school or would it be the education department within the local council? Not sure. County council maybe. Not sure. In solar panels, China put cut-off switches in them. I've heard these rumours. I haven't seen proof of it as yet. (1984) 48. Yeah, the book's title was reversing the digits. You might have a cell starting to fail. That can cause problems with the BMS calculating the charge status. Possibly. So the thing with what is it? Lithium iron phosphate, isn't it? There isn't a curve, is there? When you're using them, the power curve is it's a flat line right until the end, and then it just drops off a cliff right at the end. So whereas previous battery technologies, the voltage drops off as the capacity, as the current charge declines. You don't get that with lithium iron phosphate. So yeah, it has to be it has to keep a running total, keep a calculation, rather than direct reading off the state of charge. Heavy use and discharging low can stress cells. I don't often go low. I do always charge it to the top though when I can, for obvious reasons. I mean, there is a setting to restrict it to like 80%. You can make it stick within 80-20 to stop that, but again, lithium iron phosphate doesn't suffer from that as much as other battery chemistries. Supposedly, allegedly, who knows? They've only got lab testing to tell you by, haven't they? This stuff hasn't been around long enough for them to tell you whether it really runs for 10 years and only loses 10% capacity in that time. Or whatever the claim is, something like that. Charge and discharge fully for 10,000 times and only lose 20%. Whatever it is. Yeah, we've got the salt air, we've got damp air. Hello, Smithy. Evening, Mike, Tina, everyone else. Hello, hello. I think Tina is currently settled and asleep, maybe? She's not covered up, no, darling. Why are you not? Which way round are you? Which end is that? Oh, that's the pretty end. I've got the back side again, have I? Of course I have. Nice and warm. I got the back side. I got the ugly end. Always. Yeah, folks. Like I said, I don't think this will be a long one tonight. I'd like to do a good stream, but I haven't slept this week, so it's unlikely that this will be like a 6-hour one. That's not a real yawn. That's because I'm talking about being tired. That's always the way. I don't know if you do that, but on with the coffee. This one's getting a bit cool. I'm gonna have to get on with it. That's a leaking lid. I did my best to clamp my gob around it, and it's still leaked. I'll probably have a brown beard in the moment. Hello Fabrizio, Fama. Hello, welcome, hello everyone, everybody everywhere. Thumbs up folks if you haven't already. Subscribe, maybe, but not until you've seen at least, what, 3-4 of my videos? I'm not to everybody's taste. I'm a little bit mouthy sometimes, a little bit controversial at other times, because I say the words, I say all the words. Probably shouldn't, probably get in trouble one day for it, but hey ho, such is life. Yeah, but if you have seen 3 or 4 of my videos already, and if you do like me, then why not hit the button? Not that one, the subscribe. That's what I meant. Why not? It's free. That's where I was going with the hands. I got the wrong one. I got myself confused. It happens. Easily done. Let me just check the... Yeah, somehow today I managed to not end up on 100% at the end of the day. Again, the fridge thing. Running power down while the panel got a little bit of shade. So I ended up on 90 at the end of the day, which is great. I mean, I've spent most of the week on 20, 22, 25% on the EcoFlow. I've had a real battle to get through the week, trying to get through each night with enough power to keep one or other of my devices on. As I said last, what day was it? One of the days, I think Monday, maybe Tuesday, I had to take the SIM card out of the phone and move it across to the tablet. The tablet just gives me so much more time for the same amount of power. So there's no point keeping 2 devices charged. The phone will just discharge when it's not even being used. Well, I say not being used. When it's the hotspot, when it's the data connection, the internet. Yeah. But I did find using the maximum power saving mode really useful. Literally doubles the length that the tablet lasts, and for no real lack of functionality. You get a different interface. Some background tasks aren't running, but you don't notice. You got to wonder what those are. What are those background tasks that are taking half of my power in normal use? If I'm not noticing anything missing when I do go for the strict power saving mode. That's a real question, folks. What the fuck is going on in the background that's using literally half of my power? When I've got a screen on playing videos, even in power saving mode, I'm still watching YouTube. A full charge, my best calculations, a full charge will give me somewhere between 15 and 20 hours of use with the screen on and a video playing and data doing its thing in the power saving mode, whereas I only get 10 hours in normal use. What are those background tasks that are rivaling the screen? The screen's the biggest user of power on any of these devices when got the screen on all day. It beggars belief. Some background tasks and apps are running in the background that are using as much power as me when I've got the screen on. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it does turn the CPU use down to 70% of, you know, it throttles the CPU. There are things like that, but I don't know. Seems a bit extreme, doesn't it, that you can get twice as long out of your device just by switching to that highest level of power saving mode. You got to go into the power saving mode settings and activate that bottom setting that's usually greyed out. But yeah. Oscar nearly had to change his YouTube handle today. A car full of extremely tanned people in front of brake checked me several times on a straight road. Reported to the cops who'll do nothing. Cash for crash, yeah. You got to have a dash cam nowadays, haven't you? Front and back, and you need it to have the your speed encoded as well into the image, so that when the cops come along and tell you that you were you know, when they do their lying. I do watch a lot of dash cam videos and police videos and court case videos. The law is kind of fascinating if it was applied properly. I watched one the other day. This was in America, so a guy's been waiting for his trial for 3 years, and they get to the court. This is like going to be a few days. It's a hearing, a preliminary hearing, just a few days before the trial's meant to start, to check that all the ducks are in a row, you know, that everything's ready. And the defense lawyer finds out that morning that there's a load of evidence he hasn't been given. So this is the discovery process. That should be the end of the case, but no, they carry on anyway. As well as the what they call it, the body cam. I was going to go with dash cam again because we've just been talking about dash cam. But there is a load of body cam and dash cam footage that he hasn't got. But as well as that, the guy's been accused of like driving under the influence or whatever, and some powder was found in his possession somewhere. They haven't had the lab. The lab hasn't tested it yet. After three plus years. And we're days away from the trial beginning. And the defense suggests, and I think quite rightly, that without that should be case over. You've had 3 years. Why have you not had it tested? And the prosecution wants to go ahead with the trial alleging possession of drugs. And the judge, the defense is saying that's ridiculous. How can you accuse someone of having drugs when you haven't tested that it's even drugs? And the judge suggests that this should be a question for the jury. Let the jury decide. And I'm like, how could any jury convict someone of possession of drugs without lab results? Any properly, like beyond all reasonable doubt, any properly instructed jury would have to find you not guilty if there isn't a lab result that says, yeah, those are drugs. If you can't say definitely those are drugs, and the judge is suggesting that the trial could go ahead and that this could just be a matter for the finders of fact, for the jury. And you're like, why even have a fucking trial if there's no evidence? It's the craziest thing I've ever fucking heard. And that was the judge, not the prosecution. If it was the prosecution suggesting maybe we could go ahead, but the judge. What the absolute fuck is that? That's like the craziest. I have to stop watching. After I've watched like 2 of these videos, I have to stop watching them. I'm shouting at the screen. I'm shouting. Fucking. It's like when you watch one where the police turn up at someone's door and they say, have you got a warrant? No, I don't need one. I'm coming in. I own your house now. What the fuck? No! Very limited circumstances that you can enter the home without a warrant. Very limited. Anyway, here we go. So Oscar got into an argument with some doctors and engineers that were driving so badly he almost crashed into the back of them. Always follow. Do you remember the 2-second rule? Look at some line on the ground, and when the car in front goes over it, count your 2 seconds. I remember the adverts back when we used to have public safety kind of adverts. Don't think they do them so much anymore. And even if they do, no one sees them because nobody's watching TV anymore. They're not going to pay. They're not going to pay to put them on YouTube, are they? Although it's like the Green Cross Code and Charlie Says, and Tufty, was it Tufty Squirrel Club or whatever that was called? Bedtime routine. If anybody remembers the bedtime routine from the 70s adverts, go around your house unplugging everything, unplug your TV and everything. Yeah. Rather than having good electrical safety in the home and in the devices, no, just make sure you unplug it all every day. Those are the days where the government doesn't fix the problem but gives you an extra job to run around the house and plug in everything at night. People looking for accidents. Yeah, it's a big. You see a lot of that with dash cam footage online. People pulling in front and cutting in sharp and immediately hitting the brakes. Level of enrichment hasn't reached its peak yet, unfortunately. It's the Invaders, not a Quinn Martin production. Shush, you get me banned. Judges are solicitors with 8 years service. Not always, but like magistrates are a form of judge, aren't they? But that could just be the school headmaster or a local doctor or something. But then you've got the stipendiary magistrates who are paid professional magistrates. And then you've got the proper real are they mainly QCs? No, KCs nowadays, isn't it? I only affirm. I don't swear when I don't do the hand on the Bible stuff. It's not in my nature. Being the heathen scum that I am. Even if you affirm to tell the truth. Sorry folks, got to get it finished. It's the wrong side of tepid. That one doesn't seem to have stayed warm too long. Coming up on 1.5 hours, and I made it. I might have made it maybe a full half hour before we went live, or started to make it. Oh, put that one up there, get the next one down. But I have got a beer here as well. Sorry, I'm somehow I'm too close in front of the camera while I'm moving around. I keep blocking the view. You can block who? Me? That can't be right. Don't try it. I don't know how to unban somebody. Don't know, folks. I've sent some people to the Shadow Realm, and I wondered once upon a time about having like an amnesty and letting everyone back in. But I can't find the list. I don't know where to go to. I can't find a list of people that they're not exactly banned, but what, hide from this channel, is it? Something like that it's called. That means that all their previous comments and everything they've ever said, any comments or chat message, just disappears. Give me a second, I've got something itching in my eye. Oh. Let's go. Karen's birthday today, we'll have none of that. UK Richie, hello my friend. Oh, I never did get in touch with you about that other thing, did I? I sent you some back. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, managing, surviving. It's been a struggle this week, but yeah. We're alive. Oh, look at that. My cup, my lid's not on my cup properly. That won't help. Yeah. Cheers, folks. I don't think I've said cheers to everyone yet. We are coming up on an hour and a half. Just started at 10. I started at 10 this week, didn't I? My time. Half an hour to midnight. Cheers. Thanks for the refund. I spent it on beer and snacks. It's your money to begin with, mate. I couldn't do a partial refund, so I had to just send you like a separate payment. I'm not sure if there are fees your end or anything on that. Yeah, no, it was a little bit awkward. You can only do, for some reason, you can only do a whole payment, a whole refund. Which I did with one person, and UK Rich I did a half. It wouldn't let me do partial, so I just had to accept the money and then do a separate payment back. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Oh yeah, Farmer did ban someone by accident, didn't he? Was it Son, DJ Son, Roger? I think he banned accidentally and then did you found a way to unban him? Was that you could do it within, when you've done it in chat during a live, could you just right click and undo or something? I can't find a list of banned people to unban them anywhere, and I searched Google for it. Now, bearing in mind, I've got the YouTube Studio app, but it's got very limited functionality. And whenever I try to go into the YouTube Studio webpage, the app hooks onto and the app comes up. I used to be able to get into the actual YouTube Studio page. And apparently there's a live studio that you can use to do stuff while you're live, which I wanted to do on the tablet. But again, it just brought up the limited YouTube Studio app. It's weird. I used to be able to get into the YouTube Studio login page. If I had an address to go to a YouTube Studio, the app comes up. But if I went to the login page, it used to let me in. Now it doesn't. It's quite frustrating because there's functionality out there that I could make use of and I can't get to. What can you do, folks? Wind's picking up a bit, I don't know if you've noticed. Again, it's only just stopped. It was like 8 o'clock. So was it Sunday? Was it when I did the live stream Sunday, was it windy? From whenever it started, like fucking Thursday last week or whenever it was, it's only just stopped being windy. Might not have been last night, the night before. What would that be, Wednesday night? Every day the weather forecast was telling me that the wind was going to stop. It's going to stop. It's going to stop. Fucking weak. Well, I'm never going to live that one down. Hey, I've done it. I did it on was it Big Clive's? Because I was made a mod on Big Clive's, like on the last day on Big Clive Live. I was made a mod on the last day before he got well, he didn't get banned, did he? But he got told off for setting fire to his beard. So decided not to use that anymore. Yeah. Such is life. But I had one where it wasn't this phone, it was the old phone. It started detecting touches that weren't there, it just went wild. And all these menus were fucking popping up and like literally like that, menus popping up and disappearing. And I had no idea what was being kind of pseudo clicked or not. And I had to ask Chippy to take a look and see whether I'd done anything, well, whether my phone had done anything silly. He said not. It had, so apparently it was just flashing up to bring the menus up, but then it was accepting a click to a different part of the screen, so it wasn't banning anybody. But I was dead worried, because when your phone just goes loopy like that, I don't know if you've ever had that, but I've seen it happen where you get moisture on the screen. But I didn't have. It wasn't like I'd spilt a drink on the screen or anything. Just went crazy. Things happen. Yeah, when you ban someone, you don't know what the mechanism is internally. You're just like, it's like I would click on your name here, or long click on your post, and a menu comes up and it just says ban this user or hide this user from channel, whatever wording it uses. No idea what their internal mechanism is, how they're tying it or tagging it. Yeah. Yeah, I think once you change your handle, don't you have to wait a couple of weeks before you can change it again? Is that YouTube or was that Twitch? There's one of them where there's a limit. And you can, and on whichever one of them it was, you can see how many times they've changed their either their username or handle. Every 14 days, yeah. So what kind of week have you guys had? What's the weather been like around the world? Over in Canada, Fama, or in Nottinghamshire, Oscar. £8 for 4 cans of Brewdog. Felt like I was living in Norway, not Cumbria. Next time I'm going to Aldi. I mean, once I told you the price, you could have said no. Or have they already just rung it through? Did you not see, was there not a price on the shelf? Or did you go into it willingly having seen the price? In which case you can't really complain, can you? So £2 a can. That's not nice, is it? And did you say there was 330ml? Jesus, the small ones. Wow. I thought it was getting expensive around here when it got to what is it, 38 a can, 36 a can? I'm not sure. No, it can't be that much. In the supermarket, it's heading towards €4 for a 12-pack. Heading towards. Up at the Chino Bazaar here, it's best part of a fiver, $4.90 whatever. Expensive, folks. It's like, what, 41, 42 pence a can. The expense of it. They weren't even 30 cents a can when I got here. You can still get a bottle of wine for under €1 though. Or pay an extra 15 cents and get a litre in a cardboard box. And not one of those ones with a silver bag inside the box, just inside the Tetra Pak. I think $1.15 for red wine in the box, and the white wine is under €1 still. That was 95 cents for. I got one for cooking, didn't I? I haven't used it yet. It's over there somewhere. I've still got a can of Guinness someone gave me that I'm going to use. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to cook something with it. It's jumping. Didn't see the price till I got to the checkout. I would have said, hold on a minute. No. It was 15 Celsius Wednesday here. It's shitty, rainy, cold now again. Did you see that we're going to have one of these, a false spring, I think it was being called in the media? They have to have a nice label for everything. Basically, it's going to get warm for a little while and then it's going to get cold again. And they're tying it into this Arctic, whatever they call the Arctic cyclone thing, the Arctic, you know the one. The thing that controls the jet stream. Excuse me. It's a word like vacuum. I can't remember what it actually was though. Vortex. There you go, polar vortex. Tied in with all that malarkey. The weather being batshit crazy. So we're going to have a little, I don't know whether this was Europe or America or whether it's both. For some reason those things tend to be, because of the way that you get like a sine wave going around the top end of the planet, don't you? So if it hits America, it also tends to hit Europe. But yeah, we're going to get a warm spell, which is going to make you think that spring has arrived. And then you're going to get a cold snap afterwards, which is going to make you change your mind. And of course, they're trying to give it all a nice label. Because they do. Everything has to have a label. Mr. O'Hara, hello. How are things over in Ireland? Just having a quiet Estrella Galicia here. Mao, still my favourite Spanish beer. Both good options. I'm trying to remember what the brand was that I had where I had a gold. They had the normal beer on tap, and then they also had a gold next to it. My preference was the gold. It had a kind of a sharper taste, less aftertaste. Oro. I can't remember the main brand. Isn't that funny? Not a big fan of Cruz Campo. That one has quite the nasty aftertaste. Although I get over it by the time I'm halfway down the pint. It's only a nasty aftertaste for the first half pint. And the bar that I used to have it at, you could sit out. It's this quite narrow street with tall buildings, and you sit there and you're in the shade and it's a little bit chilly, a little bit cool. But then once the sun gets up high enough and the sun beams down on the road between those streets, it's really nice to sit there, kind of on the edge of the town centre, and they do the glass tankard, like frozen. They put the glass in the freezer, so when you're drinking your beer, they're not putting a cold beer into a warm glass. Does mean you get a lot of moisture off the side of the glass. There's literally ice on the glass when it comes to you, and that all falls. And don't know if you've ever had the little, what do you call them, beer mats, the little cardboard things that they put under the beer on your table. Well, in Spain, those things seem to be waterproof. They do not. You've got all this water coming off, all this condensation and melted ice coming off the side of your glass, and the little beer mat thing does not absorb any of it. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's cardboard, but it's so compact. It doesn't do its job. There's no fucking point to it. So after 5 or 10 minutes, the water's dripping off the table and onto your lap, and that's not the best look when you go to stand up, is it? Yeah. Wine for under €1. I do. I will wine all day long for under €1. No, yeah, you do. The Tetra Paks, the bricks as they call them over here. Vino Tinto. Well, the white is under €1. The red is just over $1.15. I think the last time I looked. That might have been the Mercadona one. It might have been 105 or something in the Aldi. Don't know. I've only been in the Aldi 3 times. And I've only been to Mercadona once in the last year. I've only been shopping 3 or 4 times. Apart from it's not exactly the corner shop, it's a huge shop, but the Chino Bazaar. Because of Tina's immobility. And because people bring me bags of food every now and again. It's taken off again, folks. It's taken off again. Now that the tent is porous and is letting water in when it rains, it'll be starting to go mouldy before long. We'll get the white speckles on the walls. It's weird that a few weeks ago it was totally waterproof and now it leaks everywhere. Has to be because of those winds dragging it about and stretching it, and kind of comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? It's been nice and calm all day, and now out of nowhere you just get these gusts. I don't know, folks. Did you have to restart? Did who have to restart what? The stream? No, I think we've been going solid. I haven't seen a break in it, if that's what you're asking. Or are you talking to someone else? So Farmer had 15 Celsius. Sounds quite warm for this time of year in Canada. Was that just my misconceptions? It's turned rainy and cold again now. Road potholes in Nottinghamshire are getting deeper and bigger. Fuel has increased. You're the whole Middle East uncertainty thing. Yeah, some of those routes that the oil tankers have to come through, those will be getting either closed down or will become a bit perilous. Mind you, without Iran funding the what you got, the Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas, is there going to be anybody to be funding the pirates? I guess missiles will be the bigger threat than than pirates. Is it Strait of Hormuz, however that's worded? A missile strike on an oil tanker would be that'd be a bit of an ecological disaster, wouldn't it? I'm not. My geography, my Middle Eastern geography isn't that up to date? Isn't that up to date? It hasn't changed much, has it? Isn't that great? Today, what a plonker. Geography tends not to change too much over time, except in geological terms, geological time. That was warmer than I was expecting. I think I say that every time. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. Appreciated. Cheers. Oh. Any other topics then, folks, other than Trump's Middle Eastern adventures? Oh, hold on, let me... They always have a Lambra at the spa. Cruzzy's Nat's piss. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Alhambra is very nice, but don't see it in many places anymore. Cruz Campo is. I think we've all got this. Yeah. Okay, rough until the third pint, then it goes down well. I get over the. You know, they always say, when you're a kid, they say that alcohol is like an acquired taste. I managed to acquire it. Okay. Yeah, no, I stopped tasting beer after the first pint. You know, you're not really drinking it for the taste. First one, maybe. You know, when you like had a hard day at work, or you've had a hard day in the heat, and you just want a nice cold drink. It's the taste matters for the first one. After that, I don't notice it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just scrolling back because, oh, Tommy Tombstone's like went away. So apart from the potholes and the fuel prices, it's the same old shithole in Nottinghamshire. My like went away, says Tom. That's why I was asking whether we restarted. No. Skull. Having an am still, but much prefer Estrella. Yeah, I'm very much in the beggars can't be choosers thing. If people bring me beer, I always tell them get whatever the cheapest one in the supermarket is. You know, in Lidl it's called Argus with a U, like Argos the shop, but with a U. Adlerbrow, I think it is in Consume. Steinberg in Mercadona. And Königsberg maybe in Aldi. Those are the cheap brews in each. That's what I tell people to get, but I still get people to turn up with a 12-pack of Amstel or some other brand. I'm always telling them, you pay double dibs. You pay twice as much as you need to. You're bringing beer to a tramp in a field. You don't have to buy the good stuff. Buy the stuff that's, 30 cents a can, not 60. Except it's not 30 anymore, it's gone up, hasn't it? I remember when it was like $2.60 for a 12-pack. I remember a bar down the road, it was $1.20 a pint when I got here. It wasn't a true pint. He had these funny shaped glasses like a fucking vase. But he called it a pint. But at $1.20 it didn't matter whether you were getting a true pint or not. Not when everywhere else was headed for €3. Maybe $2.50 other places at that time. But it has been a few years now, folks, hasn't it? As we discussed a few weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago, was it? My 10th anniversary stream. 10 years in Torrevieja. Fall spring isn't spring mating season, so we get 2 mating seasons. Okay, here's the Cruz Campo comments. Yeah, Nat's piss. Alhambra is nice. Yeah, they always have Alhambra at the spa. Enjoy your beer. Are the rumours correct? Has Andrew Mountbatten Windsor thrown away his Jim will fix it badge? I'm not getting into that. My knowledge of Persia and its neighbours is a little dated, as shown just by calling it Persia. So that guy, the Shah's son who wants to step back in and just take over, do you think they'll have him? Or will he be seen as like an American plant? I don't know. That's assuming that they actually get to overthrow the powers that be. It is kind of funny that every time they have a meeting to pick a new leader, and it's not just the leader, is it? It's that everyone in the room, the whole cabinet kind of thing. That's kind of funny. And they're using these bunker buster kind of bombs to get down and at them. But the building they were all in has a cellar, a basement under a basement under a basement, and then it has tunnels going off to 5 other secure. How do we know that they're not in one of those rooms alive? I think I said this the other day. If I was Khomeini or whatever he's, how do they keep finding guys with the same surname to take over? I swear, I don't get that. Is it one family? Because the other one, the one in the 70s or 80s, he was called Khomeini, wasn't he? How do they do that? Or is it a title that gets bestowed upon them? Is it a family name? Or does it mean like bishop or imam, whatever? I don't know. They all seem to be called Khomeini. But yeah, if I was him, and the Americans want to claim I'm dead, I'd be sitting there going, yeah, let them. Yeah, confirm it, lads. Just confirm it. I'll sit here in my little bunker. We'll carry on running things. I'll send you a text. I'll send you a fax. I'll fax you the instructions. Yeah. Not the cheapest, whichever is on offer. Unthinkably illegal at home. Unthinkably illegal. Shah seems to be pretty much disliked except by exiled Iranians. That was kind of my thoughts. I mean, I guess that's kind of why he got kicked out in the first place, although that was the mad mullahs, wasn't it? It's the extremists. Do you think the nation will turn their back on that extremism? Because whenever they did anything, they always had the big parades in the street, the big woohoo, you know, whoa, we shot down an American plane or whatever. They're always whooping it up. But was that staged? Are they forced to be there at gunpoint? I never know with those things. Was the nation always behind that kind of thinking and that kind of behaviour? Or were they pushed into it and forced into it? Farmer has to be off. Hold on, it jumped. I just need to be off. We'll see you all next stream. Good night to all. Good night, Delta Mike. Hell, yeah, good night, mate. I know you said hello there. Good night. Catch you later, mate. Sorry for a short visit. No worries. Farmer. Oh shit. Helping a friend had a heart attack. All the best to your friend. Speedy recovery and all that. Persian girls can be very pretty. This is probably true. When they're not doing the letterbox thing. Here I go again. Maybe prayers to him. It's not my way. Best wishes and good health. Yeah, speedy recovery. Frank Nadovity, hello my friend. You arrive just as Farmar is leaving. Hello Frank. Still didn't get back to you, did I? Mainly, I'd swapped my SIM card from the phone to the tablet, and the tablet. Have you ever tried moving fucking WhatsApp from one device to another? It locks you out on the other device. You can't just. If I was to log in on the tablet, it would make me download some old backup that's specific to that machine. Not like my account, not the latest details of my account as it stands. And so I lose contacts. If I log in, if I've added you on the phone, if I've added someone on the phone, and then I decide to log into WhatsApp on the tablet, it downloads an old backup of the tablet's version of WhatsApp, and I'd lose that contact. It's a right old fucking rigmarole. It makes you download your history and everything again, and won't let you do it. It won't let you do it on data. You have to do it on Wi-Fi, or is it the other way around? There's just a lot of fucking fanning about with it, and it's. So I didn't. And I've been low on power as well, so that's another excuse. We've still got that time zone thing, you know. Trying to talk to you guys over in North America is tricky because you're anywhere between 5 and 8 hours behind us, depending on which side of the country different people are on. 5 and 8 or 5 and 9. I lose track of time zones, America. I think you've got 4 of them on the continent, haven't you? And then don't get me started about Alaska and Hawaii. Probably 5, 6 different time zones in total. Forgive my ignorance. Sounds about as tough as using iMessage when swapping a SIM card. No idea, never done the iPhone thing. I don't do Apple, never did. Don't like the company. Steve Wozniak, I love. Steve Jobs, not so much. And the new guy, what did, I can't remember his first name, but what did Trump call him? He used his first name and then called him Apple. Fred Apple, I don't know what the guy was called. He's called. Yeah. Oscar's off for a while. I'll be back in 30 minutes if you're still streaming. I may be, I don't know, mate. I haven't slept well this week, so I am a bit tired, but we'll see. I'm not that tired. That's because I just said tired. I assume that Oscar's off to cook. Usually just food around this time, if I remember right. Oh, I'm scrolling. I've gone the wrong way. Yeah, it's taken me back quite a way actually. Okay, there was Oscar leaving. It's only a minute or two ago. That's true, Tom. What is? Only met exiled Persians. They used to have a vibrant music scene in the 60s, early 70s before all that. They were quite a, by Muslim standards, they were quite an open society as I understand it. A lot like Tunisia is today. Or at least was before the Arab Spring. I don't know about now. I don't know about since then. I was there. My mother-in-law caused it. I think I've told you this. We were there, literally. We got talking to people who were there. We went for 2 weeks. They were there for 2 weeks, but we only had the 1 week overlapping. So they were there for an extra week. And it all kicked off with this guy, this student, I think he was, and a bit of self-immolation, set himself on fire. When we left, it was getting a bit risky. When our friends that we'd met there, when they left a week later, it was machine guns in the street while they were driving through in the bus. The what do they call them? The connection bus that goes to all the different hotels and picks them up and takes them to the airport. Machine guns in the street. Yeah. But my mother-in-law caused it. I just know she did. Everywhere she went that year, burst out in serious, like, fucking rioting and what have you. I can't remember now everywhere she went. But she went to about 5 different places, and they all erupted. Including safe places like London. Literally had fucking riots. Everywhere she went. No, I don't mean that. I didn't mind her too much, as mother-in-laws go. But not everywhere she went that year erupted in trouble. So I've always joked she started the Arab Spring. Yeah. Yeah, Tunisia, Egypt she went to just a few weeks later. So she comes back from Tunisia and then goes off to Egypt, comes back, goes somewhere else. Then she just goes on a weekend in London, and you think, oh, nothing can happen. It's London. It was when they had some literal riots. So what year was this? 2010? Arab Spring? Don't know. But yeah, mother-in-law. Oh. Had to help a friend with his car, hooked up his battery pack backwards, took out his main fuse. Oh no. Camry. Is that an electric one? No, it can't be if you're hooking up a new battery. Oh, you said battery pack. Maybe. Yeah, I was in Scruss, but then I fell asleep. Was a genius. Steve Jobs could sell computers. He could, but he wasn't a very nice man. Okay, this was the one I was about to read when it jumped on me. So this is in response to vivid music scene in Persia in the 60s and 70s, I think it was. That's true, Tom. This is Kev. That's true, Tom. My uncle was an engineer working for the Shah's sister in the 70s. She apparently was involved in all sorts of nefarious activities. She wanted a palace built with no straight lines. Huh. Nightlife in Tehran was something else, apparently. Tunisia is going down the pipes, is it? I haven't really followed it since Habib gosh. Let me have another go at that. Let me practice. Bourguiba. Habib Bourguiba. Sorry. Would be very dismayed at what is happening today. I have no idea who that is. No, it's all gas powered. Gas powered. Okay. Is it a truck? Most of you guys just drive trucks, like a pickup truck, or is it just one of those big beasts of a cars that are 5 people can sit in the front? More than 2 anyway. American cars, fuck. They're all like tanks. Don't they all weigh twice or 3 times as much as a European car? We got cars that are between half a ton and a ton, and all American cars are like 2 or 3 tons. Get about 5 miles to the gallon. Cars have become more efficient ever since the electrics came along to give them some competition. Kind of forced them to up their game a bit, didn't it? But they'd be a lot more efficient if they were a quarter of the weight. Loud people nearby. I had a fright earlier. I heard a bunch of kids up on the main road, and they hung around for a while. And I figured we were going to get some stone throwing. And when we had the tarpaulin over, obviously it's the tarp that takes most of the strain when the stones hit. At the current state of this, I don't think it would withstand being smacked by a stone. I have found that I've got a hank of paracord that I didn't know I had. Tomorrow, the whole tent's like concertinaed in. Everything's, and that means that there's a concave roof in every section, which is why the water was sitting on it and then dripping through. It sits on it until it finds a weakness in the fabric and then just drips through. If I can pull it taut, pull it nice and tight, and give it back its proper convex roof, most of the water should run off even without a tarp, shouldn't it? That's my theory. So as soon as I can go outside and find enough of the tent peg, because all of the guy lines have snapped, and we've had so much rain and water, the tent pegs are kind of lost in the ground. I need like a handheld, the pipe finder that you would use when you're building, when you're checking a wall, like a handheld metal detector. Could do something like that to find all the old tent pegs that are lost somewhere around the fucking tent. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to get a new set of tent pegs, and if I can just stake out, I think 6 should be enough. Maybe 8. 4 at each end. Two to pull. There's different fixings. 2 to pull one part and 2 to pull another. 2 at the other. Maybe one either side to pull in at one direction or the other. Give it back its proper shape so that it's not. It looks like a flabby bunch of crap at the minute. But literally all the guy lines perished within a year. But the tent itself has withstood some horrendously bad weather. I am so impressed with what it's put up with what it's survived up to now. Until the damage the other day, where that end ripped from side to side. Until then, it had done remarkably well. One bit of damage probably caused by Tina, and one where the tent was swaying side to side and the TV was kind of too close to the wall and put a hole in the wall. That had more or less been it. A bit of an issue at the far corner where the sun is on that side all day, because that's the south. But now that entire end has got a. So it's starting to get there, folks. It's starting to get to that end of life stage. But I figure I'll throw a big tarp over it and get another few months out of it. And then when I switch to the new tent that I already have, second hand, but when I switch to that, we just move that tarp to the new tent, and it'll look the same to anybody passing by. That's the theory. That's what we did last time. Put the old tarps on the new tent. They only lasted a month or so, and then we got this big one, and I'll probably do something similar. But I have been ever so impressed by it. Ever so impressed. Someone tell me the brand name again. Van Gogh? Something like that. So if you are in the market for a tent, bit of promotion for them. Why not? If you are in the market for a tent, I'm told they're a good brand, and I would concur. Obviously, don't live in it full time like some kind of fucking tramp. They're not designed for that. They're not meant for that. But it's done me a year, and I'm going to get another... I'm aiming to get another few months out of it. Maybe I can get the summer out of it, because it doesn't rain much in summer. It doesn't matter if it's got holes in it as much, does it? So if I can get through that wet period that you get at the beginning of spring with what they call gotterfriers, cold drops, or I never did learn what Dana stood for. Let's see if I can find it, and let's see whether I can translate it myself or whether I have to use an app. The education part of the program has begun, folks. Oh, not in power saving mode. It hasn't. I don't have a Google search box in power saving mode. Now I do. Dana, weather. No, not people. Weather. Acronym. What do I mean? Meaning. Okay, we'll go with meaning. Okay. Oh wait, I was going to translate it myself, but okay. Google did it already. Depression aislada en niveles altos. Isolated depression at high altitudes. An English translation. So that's the modern word they use for these heavy rain caused by warm air meeting cold air. But a pocket of cold air breaks away from the polar jet stream and moves over warmer air, often causing intense torrential rain, severe storms, flash flooding in Spain. Mainly because you don't build fucking drains, but okay. Often referred to in English as upper level isolated atmospheric depression. Yeah, I use that phrase all the time. Alternative name historically known as gotterfria or cold drop. Yeah, I knew that one. That was the phrase that I knew it by. There you go, folks. Now you know some Spanish. But those happen two occasions in the year. As summer breaks and turns to autumn, because you've got that warm air already, and then cold air starts to come in, and then the other way around. In March, April, when you've got cold air here already, and then the sun comes out, and the air starts to get warmer in places, and when they collide, it's moida. Heart to heart, anybody? Max, was he the chauffeur? Jennifer... No, Stephanie not Beecham, was it? Or was that the English one? Stephanie Powers. Heart to heart, wasn't it? Stephanie Powers. Stephanie Beecham was an English woman. Is, maybe? I don't know. I got a shock earlier. Barbara Bain, Space 1999, still alive. In her 90s, I think. I saw a video of old It said Hollywood, but it just meant entertainment kind of people. Yeah, people, entertainers who are old but still alive. Like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Call Blimey Mary Poppins. What was his name? Toot Sweet, yeah. The worst English accent ever done by an American. Why can't I remember his name? He's 100 now, isn't he? Which is a surprise because... How do you put it politely? He's a 12-stepper. A boozer. Former. So abused his body for a long time, but still made it to 100. Has anyone given me his name? Because I can't get that. No. Has my chat frozen, or have I bored you all and lost you all? Whatever. No, I'm there. Bourguiba was to Tunisia what Ataturk was to Turkey. Set up a secular democracy. Secular democracy free from religion, as far as I know. I'm not an expert. I mean, technically, they are mainly Muslim, but it was a relaxed Muslim. Women didn't have to wear the head stuff. They could drive. They could get an education. They could go to university. Yeah. This is back, what? I was there in the 90s when I got for my honeymoon, and then we went back, like I say, in 2010, 11, whenever the Arab Spring was. Get that a little bit cooler, folks. Yeah. I took this off. I walked Tina, and then I was too warm, so I took my snood off. But let's put that back on. We have had a few cooler nights recently. That and the fact that the wind blows right through the fabric of the tent. Now that it's not covered in tarps. It gets cooler at night and it gets fucking hot through the day. And I know that's in part because we're entering spring. But in part it's just that without that insulation there, the sun's directly on the fabric rather than on the tarp. And the wind is blowing through a thin, I think it's meant to be a summer tent. The wind has always blown right through the fabric. That's not just the age of the tent, that's just how it is. But yeah, what was that? Contraction. Plastic bottle maybe. Okay folks, I'm up to date. Whoa. I'm up to date with chat, but it's jumping. Let me... Where'd I put it? Let me see if I can see what... I can definitely see what temperature it is. Once I enter my pin. $11 degrees, yes, fairly cool. Gonna go down to 9 overnight. And it's basically going to be that every night this week. 8s and 9s and 10s. Which is a little bit cool. But we've had worse. It's normally this time of year, the late February, early March, that we get a week where it's like 2, 3, 4 degrees at night. But we did have that earlier in the winter. It's a while ago now, actually. That would have been at the other end of winter, at the beginning of winter. That's interesting. The weather seems to have been really fucked up this winter. It was cold earlier, and now we're at the point where it would normally be that cool, and it's 8, 9, 10. I mean, it's cool, but it's not bad. Let me translate for anyone who needs it. Let me go with 10 because that's an easy number to work with. Double it and knock off 10%, that's 18. Add 32, that gives you 50, doesn't it? 50 Fahrenheit. So those of you that are in America and Canada, you probably laugh in the face of 50 Fahrenheit. That's a warm day, a warm night, sorry, for winter. And you're probably right. I'm probably just a soft Jessie. I haven't really been cold yet this winter. My ears, I mean, yeah, because they're exposed. But normally you would snuggle down and cuddle your dog or whatever. But because I'm propped up and talking to you guys, I'm a little bit more exposed. Hence the snood that I've just tucked in. UK Richie's got to head off. Apparently he's still alive at 101. Who? This Boogieba chap, or Call Blimey Mary Poppins, whose name I still can't remember. Van Dyke, Dick. Oh, there we go. I got there. I remember it in the end. I'm going to type in here. I'm going to type in Tunisia and Boogieba. I know nothing about him. I'd never heard the name before. I had other things on my mind on my honeymoon. Tunisia Boogieba? I'm guessing at the spelling. Bourguiba. Let me type that in properly. Oh no, I can just died 6th of April 2000. So you must be talking Dick Van Dyke. Catch you later. I'll say UK Richie. I won't use your proper name. Was a Tunisian politician statesman who served as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tunisia from 56 to 57, and then as the first President of Tunisia 57 to 87. Monastir, Tunisia. Was that where I was? Monastir. That was the airport. Was that the airport we landed at? Is there an airport? Where's Port El Kantawi? Port El Kantawi? Or Kantawi? Port El Kantawi. But what I want to know is like the nearest airport. We went to the... Did we go to the Medina at Souk or the Souk at Medina? Fuck. Nearest airport. Nearest airport. That doesn't answer my question. We went to Tunis the second time. Sousse. I don't know. Monastir. There you go. It was the first time. Dick Van Dyke. Hello, Irish. Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, well, I was just talking about him. I just saw a video the other day of people that were still alive. You know, it said Hollywood stars, but it was just entertainment because there were some British people there, like Barbara Knox. Rita, well, how many different surnames did she have in Coronation Street? Rita Fairclough, Rita Sullivan, Rita, I can't remember them all. But she's still alive and well in her 90s, I think. But the other one that surprised me, like I was saying, was Barbara Bain from Space 1999 and Mission Impossible. The original Mission Impossible TV series. That had Matey Boy in it as well, didn't it? Captain Koenig. Martin. Oh, my mind does not work anymore. I knew his name a minute ago. Is it Martin? I might even have that wrong. Landau. Martin Landau. There you go, the Martin part was right. Fuck man, I'm slow. I fucked up a Sudoku. The easy one. I managed to backtrack and correct myself, but look at the fucking mess I made of it. I had to swap out about 3 numbers to get it back. The easy one. I used to finish the hard one in no time, and now I'm sat here looking at it and I'm stuck. I've been trying to work my way through it and work out why I'm stuck and why I can't find the next number to kick things off. But I fucked up the easy Sudoku. That's just one of these local. I ended up having to do these puzzles. I do like to do the puzzles, don't get me wrong. But the other day when I was low on power, when the EcoFlow, when the solar panel was only giving like 12 or 13 watts, not enough to charge the EcoFlow, so I'd plug the tablet in to get that a little bit charged up. But I was lost without it. If I've got that on charge for an hour, and my phone's run out of power because I've only got enough power to run one device when I've had a week like I've just had, where there's been no sun all fucking week or very little. I was lost. I'm lost when I'm not on the tablet. And so one of these has got, there's all sorts of little puzzles, little bits and pieces, and one of them had just a simple, like I think it's a quiz with like 15 questions. I sat here for an hour trying to remember the king of the gods in Greek mythology. I think an hour and a half before I remembered Zeus. Fucking. Yeah, the question was father of Hercules. And it took me an hour and a half. I used to do pub quizzes and be. Now I'm sat here going, why do I not know? I know that I know that I know this. I know that I know it. His dad was Kronos, the kind of the king of the Titans. I'm just couldn't get Zeus. One of the crossword clues was for a star sign, zodiac. Five letters, and there was an I as the second letter. I couldn't think of any other than Libra, so that's what I went with. And then I found out that one of the letters was an O. Could I fucking remember? I made a list of all the star signs I could remember. I got 6. Fucking Virgo. Next day I pick it up and look at it again and get it straight away. Fucking annoying. I used to be sharp as a fucking button. That's not right. Sharp as a button? Where's that come from? That can't be the right expression. As sharp as a... I mean, a knife would be the obvious, but that's not right. Idiom. Sharp as a... I gotta know, folks, because... it'll drive me balmy otherwise. You know how it is. Idiom. Sharp as... attack? Really? That doesn't even ring any bells. Sharp as a... Is that really? Attack like a thumbtack, like a drawing pin. American idiom. Yeah, I don't think that's where I was going. I don't know. Maybe it is, and I'm just not remembering. I don't know, guys. Let me have a swig of my beer. I haven't had much of my beer yet, have I? I've got this one here, and I have got the tripod. The lamp rests upon 3 cans of beer to keep us going in case I do a 6 or 7 hour one. But I don't think I'm going to. I don't know how long I'm going to go, but I don't think it'll be anything overly long. It's not been a great week with all the lack of sleep, with all the bad weather, and then yesterday, everything in here was damp yesterday. Even though I thought I'd caught all of the drips that were coming in through the roof, or a good percentage of them, I had to put the picnic blanket over the bed to, with the plastic side up, for anything. So even when the water drips into the bowl that you've put there, it drips in, but then 2 or 3 small drips jump out, don't they? So a little pool gathered on top of the picnic blanket, and I tried to steer that up and out and into the bowl, and missed, and it just ran all over the fucking mattress, and I ended up with a wet bed anyway. Moist, damp, whatever word you prefer. But at night, feeling around, everything was damp. And then out of nowhere, at about 3 in the morning, no rain. This is just from, the tent was still wet, but then kind of the dew or the moisture, whatever, condensation, suddenly starts not just dripping, but it runs. There's like a fucking stream. Like when you turn the tap on, there's a trickle. Not just drip, 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 but an actual... bugger. And not just here, other parts of the tent as well. Basically, it was raining inside the tent. For no reason. Or for, it wasn't raining. And now when I walk over to the other side of the tent, various reasons. The main one is the gentleman's urinal that I have over there, Cola bottle set in a tin can. When I walk over there, the floor's wet. Squelch, squelch, squelch. I had to use, at one point, the inner liner of a crock pot, which I now discover is called a crock. Who knew? I didn't know that. The electric crock pot where you've got the metal outer, and then you've got the bit that actually holds the food. That's called the crock. I didn't know. I've been calling it the inner liner forever, but that's the actual crock of crock pot. Now you know. Ask an Aussie, he'll tell you. You got to watch. What's he called? Croc. Oh, I've forgotten his name of his channel now. It's his surname. He's not Dundee, but Croc something or other. I mentioned him last week. He's funny as hell. Anyway, what was I saying? I had to take the crock out of the crock pot and sit it on the chair because there was a drip, drip, drip coming right in. That was the first one. That's where the nutter who attacked me and then attacked the tent. That's where he caused a split in the roof. I got duct tape on there, but every now and again, if there's enough water gathered above, you get the odd drip. And yesterday, for some reason, it wasn't even raining heavy. That's what gets me. It wasn't even raining heavy, but it wasn't just a drip, drip, drip. It was like a fucking continuous thing. And the same thing, I'm watching from over here. The drip comes down, hits the pool of water that's in the bowl, and 3 little drops jump out. So everything ends up wet anyway, even when you've got a bowl under the main thing. Oscar's back. Hope I haven't missed much. Glad you're still streaming. Was it food? Did you have to run away to cook? That's your usual one at this time of night, I think. Don't think you've missed much, mate. No. I'm just rabbiting on about anything and nothing. Nothing in particular. I am going to have to visit the little boy's room shortly too many coffees and then beers, and then I've got a glass of. Is it wine and cola or is it just wine? That might just be wine. Give me a second. It's been sat there since this afternoon. Wine and cola mixed. I'm sure it has a name, that particular drink, but I don't know it. It's a little bit like Tinto Verano, but without the fruitiness. Yes, it was food, you know me too well. I know that you like to cook and knock a good bit of scram together. Yeah. I don't know where I was, folks. I haven't really got a topic in mind. The damp and cold is an awful combination. Yeah, I was a little bit. Yeah, I guess last night was a little bit cool because your body heat's going to cause the moisture to kind of evaporate, but that's going to leave you cool. But where Frank is sipping on Cape Cods tonight, cranberry juice, club soda, and vodka. I don't even know what club soda is. Is that just fizzy water? A bit like tonic water, but without the tonic. I don't know what a club soda is. Ignorant, you see, showing my ignorance again. I know I hear Americans talk about it a lot, but I've never heard of it over here in Europe. Or it could just be my ignorance. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't exist here, or maybe it has a different name. Let me put that down before I drink too much of it. I've still got 3/4 of a cup of hot coffee. Hopefully still hot coffee. I'm at that stage, folks, where everything I drink is running down the tash and the beard. See how wet my hand is? I don't know. Does that show? It does show. That's just because I went like that on my beard. Like I need a bib or something. I'm at that stage where I need to run the hedge trimmers over, but I have a certain hairdresser who'll be in country shortly, who tends to tidy me up a little bit. But I think she's busy tonight. She did pop in earlier and say hello, but it is her birthday, so or it was. Well, no, it still will be in the UK, won't it? She's got 20 minutes to go until midnight if I'm reading the time right. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, folks, I think I am going to have to just nip over the other side of the tent for 2 minutes. I am going to hit the mute button. You know, I'm not like bragging or anything. It's not going to be like so loud. It's not. It's just 2 minutes maximum. Talk amongst yourselves in chat. Well, that was a bit of a journey. Give us a second, folks. I just have to. I'm noticing that the lamp is fading a little bit. There you go. That cable has a tendency of coming undone a little bit. Also, we're down to 32 on the 32% on the phone. I've got nothing plugged in. The tablet was plugged in. The tablet was charging rather than the phone. But let me get back into bed. I now have a wet foot. My right foot was stood in the squelchy bit on the floor. If I'd put my shoes on, Tina would have thought it was time for going out. I didn't want to trigger her unnecessarily. Okay, folks, I'm back. I'm back in bed. What have we been? Oh, wash your hands, you dirty bugger. What have we been talking about? Oh, too much and it ran off. No wonder the bed's wet. I'll be able to put the bedding out and give it a good drying and airing tomorrow. Couldn't do it today because the thing that I would have put them on is like a sunbed kind of thing, and that was wet. So I have to wait for the surface that I'm going to put things on to dry before I can go out and dry things. It's all complicated. It's also very fucking complicated. Now I'm going to wait for my hands to dry before I can manipulate the screen and see chat. Because for some reason, in the YouTube app, you can't make chat stay visible. It always fades out after a few seconds. So there was the Cape Cod comment. Damp and cold's an awful combination. There was Oscar coming back. Food, yeah. Meat and potato pie. Made it from scratch. Shop bought pastry, or do you make your own pastry? And are you a flaky pastry? Are we short crust, or what are we? Fizzy water, okay. Yeah, I don't think we haven't really got a name for that. Agua con gas in Spain, but in England, I don't know. Fizzy water, carbonated water. Daylight saving time for us in the States this weekend goes an hour forward on Sunday. Okay, we've got another couple. Where are we? We do it the last Sunday in March. So whatever that falls, this 20. It can't be any earlier than like the 23rd or something, can it? 23rd, 24th. Not sure. For some reason I've got 25th in my head, but I don't. When's the Sunday? What's the date now? I don't know what the date is. Oh, it's the 6th because. Okay, 6th, 7th, 8th. No, it'd be 29th. Sunday this week will be the 8th, yeah? 3 weeks after, add 21 to 8, you get 29. Look at that. It's like I'm some sort of fucking maths genius. So the US goes... Haven't you got some states that don't do it anymore? You've got all that kind of jiggery pokiness going on as well, haven't you? Where some states have decided... I don't know whether they jumped forward and they're not going to move back anymore, or whether they're staying at the original. I don't know what people opted for, but there's one or two states, I believe, that have made the jump. Yeah, clock change last Sunday. I think it's a European-wide thing. The countries that do it, it's the last Sunday in March. Yeah. They fall back again last Sunday in October. Oscar wants everything to stay GMT all year round. What gets the South Africa thing gets me. They're on the same latitude or longitude, whatever the fuck the one that runs downwards is, and they're on the same one as London, and they're 2 hours ahead at the minute. I don't get it. They're 1 hour ahead of Spain, and Spain's 1 hour ahead of where it should be. But you make your own pastry. That's quite the thing. You got a mixer, the dough hook thing that does it all for you, or are you tips of the fingers, cold hands until you add water and or you cut with a knife first, don't you? You cut your fat into your flour. Fuck, I'm Fanny Craddock here, aren't I? Let's not start. I watch all these people with these fancy kitchen machines and their dough hooks, and it all just comes together lovely without any effort on their part, and I'm like, that's cheating. What the fuck are you doing? Stand there for 2 hours yourself doing it. Everything's too easy nowadays. I mean, this is just. I had pizza dough a few times that I found just on, like where someone's left it on the floor next to a bin, like in the packet. You know, don't. But people who are throwing stuff away but think someone else might make use of it will put it in on or near the bin. And there's a few times I've found rolls of pizza dough. I haven't had pastry. I haven't had any kind of shop bought pastries. But bread dough, pizza dough, a few times. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised at the shit that you find by the bins. Sloppy Joe sandwiches for dinner tonight with tater tots on the side. Now let me see whether I can translate for the Brits. Sloppy Joe is your you would say ground beef or and I would say minced beef and tomato or your burger helper stuff. Is it that? I'm trying to translate for the Brits because we don't have no idea what a sloppy Joe is until I think I've got the right one, but tell me if I'm wrong. So along those lines. I have no idea what a tater tot is. That sounds like a tater tot. It's some kind of pocket, like a pastry pocket with something inside. I don't know. All these things that you have that I've never mixed by hand. Wow. Oscar is super chef. He's your master chef. Is this pre-prepared? You didn't do all this in the half an hour that you were just away. You didn't make it all from scratch and cook it. I'm assuming that you've pre-prepared your pastry and it was in the fridge waiting for you. But I'm assuming, and you know what they say about assume makes an ass of you and me. Arizona doesn't do daylight savings. But is there anybody in Arizona? Isn't that all desert? Or is that just a misconception that I've got? Hold on. I'm going to say something possibly stupid. Grand Canyon? Arizona, maybe? Question mark? Don't know. Show my ignorance again. I'm quite keen on showing my ignorance. Not if you have it cheap on scratch it. Flour all over my ass. Part prepared and finished off and eaten last half hour. Nice. Nice. I can respect that. I respect that. I watch. Who's the guy? I want to say something like John Kirkham. John. He's obviously been a. I think he calls himself a cook rather than a chef. But he obviously was a professional food preparer. And let's have a look. It's Friday, so he will have released a video today. Kirkham? No, that might be the reaction guy. Hold on. Let me scroll. These are all 1 hour ago. I need to go further back than that. 2 hours. No, I've got to go back about 4 or 5. Friday night, everyone's live. So I appreciate you guys spending time with me, because everybody else is, all the other channels are kind of live. 4 hours ago. I've got to be close now. I've got to be close. There's Future Canoe. He's one of my favourites when it comes to cookery. There's the dinner lady. Everyone releases their videos on a Friday night or goes live Friday night. Have I missed something here? Backyard Chef. All the cookery ones are here. Backyard Chef. Have I gone past him? I'd like to give these guys a shout out, even if now I'm back 11 hours. That feels like I've gone too far, doesn't it? Alright, somebody just said something and I don't. I'm going to bring it forward again. Definitely not 19 hours ago. 11, 10. Where do I want to be? It was this evening, so if it's 1 o'clock in the morning now, I want to go back about 6 hours, I would say. Spain on a fork. See, all the foodies, they're all here. I missed him first time around. John Kirkwood. How did I go past it? Although today's I wasn't that bothered about. Oreo chocolate bark. Oreos and chocolate, a match made in heaven. Yeah. Wasn't bothered about that. I'm not really an Oreos fan. Mainly because I can't afford them. But yeah, all of the atomic shrimps there, all of the foodies, Wary Wolf Adventures, all the foodies. I already said dinner lady, didn't I? The dinner lady. Who else we got? Future Canoe, yeah, Future Canoe. Were there any other foodies? See, I've got too much time on my hands, folks. I watch far too much YouTube. Because what the fuck else am I going to do? I'm sure there were some other foodies earlier in the list. It stopped recommending that other guy, the guy that you told me about the other week, that guy in Spain, that cooks. Croc Turnbull was the crocodile fella I was saying. That Croc Turnbull. What was he called? The Spain cookery fella. I enjoyed what I saw, but it hasn't. There must be like a huge back catalogue of them for me to go through, and it isn't. The algorithm just isn't bringing him up. Made to an old farmhouse recipe about 150 years old. Excellent. I don't remember what the channel was called, but it was you guys that told me about him. So I went there and I followed him, and for the first few days I got loads of his videos, and now none. And I can't. If I go into like my list of subscriptions, it's a long old list. And then you'll think of one, and they're not there. You got to go and like resubscribe because YouTube plays funny buggers with things. I'm not sure if there's like some hard limit of number of subscriptions that you can have. You know, the number of channels that you can subscribe to. I don't know if it's hitting a hard limit, and so for every new one you add, it drops one off the list. But you do find yourself suddenly unsubscribed from channels. And I regularly get people telling me that they're unsubscribed from my channel. Oscar loves cooking fresh. Pre-packed or ready meals play havoc with my stomach. Okay. Because the weather's been so bad lately, the last couple of shopping trips that I've made and bought veg, the veg has kind of turned before I've got to it. I got a bag outside that's got some things that are I had to take it outside because it flies. There's some things in there that are rotten, and there's others that are not. But the ones that are not, I'm going to have to take out and wash and maybe scrape a little bit and stuff. They'll be salvageable. And the latest shopping that was done maybe a week, maybe a little bit over, maybe 10 days ago. Yeah, because a week ago, the weather's been bad ever since then. That's also starting to turn. That was getting flies. Turns out it was one thing. So I've got broccoli, I've got cauliflower. Now the cauliflower's showing its age. It's got a few black bits on the outer edge. Very, very minor. Easy to either just scrub off or take off, scrape with a knife, whatever. So the cauliflower and the broccoli will be fine. But the one thing that keeps going off for me, I'll buy a triple pack of peppers. Bell peppers, capsicums, whatever you want to call them. You know the traffic light thing, the red, yellow, green. Always the fucking yellow one. 7, 8, 9 days after I've bought them, the yellow one does the liquefaction thing in the bag. The green one's solid, the red one's solid. Always the fucking yellow. I put my head out there and I just had to throw it up towards I've got some bin bags waiting to go to the, trash bags waiting to go to the bin. I had to just wang it up the field to collect and put in the bag later because it was fucking liquid. Always the yellow. Is this a recognised phenomena? Let's ask Google. Do yellow peppers go off before the others? Yellow I'll use the word capsicums to make it clear. Is this a known phenomenon? Do yellow capsicums? How are we spelling with? Yeah, you go bad. Before. Do I really have to type a full fucking before red and green? Because it seems to be that way to me. Always the yellow goes first. Yes, yellow capsicums, bell peppers generally go bad faster than green and red. There you go. This is an actual thing. I'm not just making it up, folks. Fuck, it's like I'm smart or something. Yellow peppers tend to have a shorter shelf life, often developing a wrinkled texture and softening within about 1 to 1.5 weeks. Here we go, I said 7 to 10 days, yeah. Green peppers can last up to 2 to 3 weeks due to being less mature. Yeah, is it true that they're all the same pepper? And it's a ripening thing, the colours are just a ripening. Is that true or is that a myth? Is this why it is? Green turns to red, turns to yellow. Is that a thing? Because you do see some that are green and red, don't you, sometimes? I must know. Do green peppers turn yellow, then orange, then red? Okay, let's have that question. Let's get the order. Green are unripe and will generally turn yellow, then orange, and then... So why does the yellow go off first? It's true. There's no such thing as a fucking red pepper or whatever. They're all the same. This is like olives, isn't it? There's no such thing as green and black olives. There's only one type of olive, and it's how you treat them after you've picked them that makes them change colour. Is that true? Or is that another myth? We're off on a food myths journey, folks. We're off on a food myths. So they are all the same pepper. That's just a ripening. Green to... So green to yellow to orange to red. That's the order. So when I've got them here, why does yellow go off first? Red should be the oldest. Why does red not go off first? And you can ripen the green to red at home if you store it with bananas or tomatoes, which release ethylene gas. That only changes the colour, doesn't cause the other nutrition benefits that happen if you ripen them on the tree, on the bush, whatever. Okay, what was my other question? I had another question I was about. Olives, it was the olives. Oh. Green and black olives, difference, apart from the colour. Sorry folks, I don't know if you're interested in this or not. The primary difference between green and black olives is their maturity at harvest. If you pick them early, when they're unripe, they're green and firm. Black olives are left on the tree to fully ripen. See, there's no such thing as these two different coloured olives. They're the same fucking olive. So there isn't a black olive tree and a green olive tree. Olive is as olive does. There we go. So everything I said was roughly right. I don't think I got anything wrong, did I? The order that they colour the peppers. I still don't understand. If green goes to... Why does yellow rot first? Makes no sense. I shall look that up independently afterwards. I won't bore you guys with my food questions, I guess. Hold on. Same reason for blanching, something to do with bacteria on surface of veg. I thought a lot often, like, you blanch things before you freeze them, don't you? That's one thing. And if you put things into the freezer, the cells, when the water inside the cells expands, it breaks the cells and they turn to mush. If you blanch the outer layer of the thing, I don't know, you change the structure of the cells or something and make them less likely to turn to mush when frozen. But there are other reasons for blanching as well. So yeah, don't know. I don't really get to do anything much cookery wise. Single burner, in a field and kind of weather dependent. And I don't, this will sound wrong when I say it, so nobody take offense, but kind of at the mercy of what people bring me, because people are dropping things off and I'm not going shopping and picking things out for myself too often. Like I said, I bought broccoli, cauliflower, bell pepper. The cauliflower from the time before is one of the things that's gone off, that's out. I had to take out of the tent. So I haven't got room. These things, the big things, cauliflower and broccoli, they're too bulky to put in my fridge because everything else, everything else that's in there. My butter, my marge, various kind of hams and pieces of ham kind of stuff. Ham and cheese and things. The cheese I could probably have got away with not putting in, certainly this time of year. I need to have a sort out in there because there's some stuff, again, because I've not been out cooking because of the weather. And it's not just this last week. We had bad weather, then we had a couple of days, and then we had bad weather again. And it just seems to have been, continuous bad weather since Christmas. If you remember Christmas Day, I couldn't get out and cook. It rained all day, like 22 hours out of the 24. And the 2 hours it didn't rain, that was midnight till 2 in the morning on Christmas Day. Fuck. This winter just seems to have been horrendous. I don't know. I don't want to bitch, but yeah, don't know, folks. Okay, folks, there are some lurkers out there. Anybody want to come and say hello and join us here? I'll give the intro speech in a second. Let me just have a swig of my coffee. I was going to say moisturize my throat. That's not right, is it? Lubricate the throat. Do you think there will be panic buying there? It started here in some areas. Government aren't good at discouraging this. Panic buying, what, food and stuff? Like, because World War III. People are stocking up on petrol, I've seen. A lot more activity at the garage, up the road. And I've seen people filling cans as well as their car, filling jerry cans. I've also talked to people who are saying that they're going to make sure to keep their cars or motorbikes, full. I don't know about food and stuff. I don't know. Because I'm not in shops, I don't get to see what people are doing. I don't know. I got to be careful because I'm low on water at the minute. And I did use it. God, I had to wash a towel today. It's Tina's towel, but she's had a few little accidents and it was a bit of a mess. I used about more than 8 litres. I used 6 1.5 litre bottles. And all I did, half of that went on the initial rinse, which the water just turned fucking, I don't know whether to call it a deep pissy yellow or a dark or a brown. All I did, I put it in and agitated it for about 5 or 10 minutes. Rang it out. Past tense of to ring. With rang. I rang it out. Rung it out. Anyway, I did that. I was the mangle. And because I didn't want to put it into the clean water and just have that get discoloured with the first lot of water from the rinse. So I wrung it out as best I could. New set of water, bit of washing up liquid, and then just sat it in the water for a couple of hours. But I went through 9, almost 10 litres of water just to wash one fucking towel. It's a big chunk of the water that I had. Now the other towel that she uses, I put outside yesterday and I let the rain take care of it. And today that dried. So tomorrow I've got to dry the one that I did today. I put it on. It's on the air now, but it's not going to dry overnight, is it? The amount of water that goes with washing clothes and towels and things. Oh. Food and fuel. Some Iranians panic buying tea towels. What do they do with them? Might be worth collecting rainwater. When there is some, I mean, it's difficult because it's been so windy. What I would have to do to collect rainwater is put a big tarp out, and what, at the four corners, some kind of sticks to hold it slightly off the ground, and where it dips in the middle when it collects the water, what do I do? Put a hole in the tarp and collect it in a. I've got a big bin here that could collect. But then the rain's always full of sand and stuff. We often have the Saharan stuff. That's almost an ever-present. Every time it rains, it turns fucking red on the outside. But yeah, collecting rainwater would be an idea. It's the logistics of it. I mean, I've got bowls and things. I could just stick the bin outside and put the bowls outside and do that. But it doesn't catch much, but a big surface area like a tarpaulin. But it'd be a case, like I said, of suspending it off the ground and either have one corner lower and try and direct the whole thing that way, or stake all four corners on sticks. Stake them on sticks, that doesn't sound right. And then collect it in the belly of the tarp and then put a hole in the bottom, which seems like a little bit of a waste of a tarp, but it's an idea if it all goes tits up. But I read, and I don't know whether this is confirmed or not, there was a guy who suggested that you can drink salt water in a limited way. I think he said it was it 3/4 of a pint or 3/4 of a litre per day, and he kind of proved it by setting off on a ship, setting off on a boat and doing a journey, and he only had half as much provisions as he should have, and he was going to supplement it by drinking salt water, a limited amount per day, and he did it. I don't recall how long ago this was or how verified it was. But there's another option if you're ever in an apocalypse type situation. The other one is to fill a bucket with salt water and stick it out in the sun with a plastic cover over it. You know the kind of thing. You get your salt water. You have a little bowl within your bowl in the middle. You put a plastic cover over the top with a stone on to weigh it down, so you've got that concave, and then the water evaporates from the salt water, collects on the bottom of the plastic, runs down to that bottom, and then drips off into your freshwater bowl that's in the middle of your big bowl. All of that kind of stuff. Sahara sand and camel shit in the rainwater. I don't know. Does camel shit evaporate? I don't know. I don't think so. The Saharan sand is why the Amazon exists. Do you know that one? The sand is basically a mineral, isn't it? And it blows over the Atlantic, lands in Brazil or wherever, and that's why the soil's so fertile, or as fertile. It's not actually as fertile as you think, which is what they find when they clear all the trees away to try and grow grass to graze cows. The soil's not actually as fertile as its initial appearance would make you think. Once you clear away the indigenous plants, I guess some of those must be nitrogen fixers, which give other plants a chance, and when you take them away, the soil quickly dies. So they're finding. Ex-wife was like a camel, she always had the hump. Boom boom. Been hearing any fireworks lately, DM? There's always something. We had a thing with some kids. I'm not sure if it was a family with kids or if it was just the kids. But they were going down the road, and everywhere they went, there was like a banger being set off. Poor Tina was shaking like a leaf. There's always the Spanish just love their fireworks. I haven't heard a big organ. Every weekend there'll be something, but it's usually in the distance. I hear it and I think it's gunfire to begin with. I don't know why my brain jumps straight to gunfire. But no, nothing too spectacular, nothing too near us so far. What about you, Tom? Have there been fireworks in Valencia? Feels like it's been always something for a week or two. Yeah, okay. I don't know whether you've got any local festivals or things going on here. We had carnival and things here a couple of weeks ago. I had a calendar that said that the Torrevieja carnival was like around not Valentine's Day. Yeah, Valentine's Day. And it wasn't. It was totally different days. I don't know. I had a calendar that just, when you open the calendar app in your phone. And these weren't dates that I'd put in. It came with these preset kind of local holidays, national holidays, all that kind of stuff. And no, it was wrong. It had the wrong dates. I'm glad I wasn't going to it. Otherwise I would have been most perturbed. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm getting tired, folks. What do you think? We're on 3.25 hours. Do you think I can make it to 4 so that the post-processing can all be done and for anyone who's either late arriving and wants to go back and watch the beginning, or for anyone who comes along before 8 o'clock tomorrow night? That's roughly speaking when it would. If I don't do to 4 hours, that's how long you have to wait before the chat is all processed and available. If I make it to 4 hours, it's half an hour and it's there. So I'll try and soldier on until the 4 hour mark. Okay, I'll give that a go. Stick with me, folks. Give me some topics. Let's have some conversation. Not too political. We'll try and steer away from World War III and related topics if we can. And how's the weather been in the UK? What's been happening there? I don't think anybody mentioned the weather. The only person who told me about weather was Fama Fabrizio. What have we had? Rain? Sun? You've been warm? Cold? I'm not tired, really. Not yawning tired. $19 in Nottingham. That's not a bad temperature this time of year, is it? That sounds good. I always think, back in the UK, I always used to think that once you hit 16 degrees, you're on the up. 16 is 61 in old money, isn't it? And the freedom units, 19. What's that, about 66? Maybe? Yeah, I could sit and do the calculation, but I don't know if I... Shall we do it? You take your 19, you double it to get 38. You knock 10% off, so knock 4 off 38 gives you 34. Add 32 gives you 66. There you go. Wasn't bad, was it? Hold on. Oscar, it's been sunny. Okay, where Frank is, right on the northern tip of Vermont, on the border with Canada. About 1C out now. High today was about 5. Low tonight going down to -3. That sounds fairly good for this time of year for where you are. I would have thought. Have you still got where the snow plow's been around? Have you still got piles of ice alongside the road, or has that long since melted? Because once it's packed at the side, I know you're a bit more rural, aren't you? A bit more remote, so maybe this is not an issue. I'm just asking: is there still snow and ice on the ground, or does the do the daytime temperatures get rid of it entirely? We'll be changing from Sunday to pissing it as usual. It's yeah, we okay. It's giving us a false warm. There's still a foot of snow in my garden. A foot, wow. Despite having, it's a 5 degrees through the day, was it? Yeah. So it's not shifting it even at 5 degrees. Mind you, a foot is a lot. When it does melt, do you get flooding? It's like having that much snow and ice lying around, and then when it gets warm and it all turns to water at once. Does it all run into your lake? Does your lake flood? A crusty layer of ice on top of the snow. Oh, you get that, don't you, with the melt and refreeze kind of thing, I guess. That would make sense. Partial melt. Yeah. Let me just finish this and put the cup up out of the way. Make more room for the beer and wine. Oh. Something in the bottom of the cup. Maybe a fly or something. Okay. I rinsed the cups out before making the coffee, so and given that there's a lid on and only a little sippy cup kind of hole, I don't know. Maybe something got in and died before I put the lid on while making it. I don't know what it was, but I didn't enjoy it. It's extra protein. Fuck. I don't know. Let's see whether we can't finish this as well. I've had two. What have I had? I've had 2 coffees, and I don't know. I'm about 2/3 of the way down the beer. We're 3.5 hours in, nearly, and I haven't finished a can of beer yet, folks. Oh, okay. Your lake drain. Okay. So it's not just a stagnant. It's not just a static pool of water. It's got inlet and outlet, probably. Along rivers, there's an ice jam warning which can cause sudden flooding, but that's south. The lake flows south to north. Okay. I sound like I'm being nosy. I'm just interested. There's a difference. Oh, that just reminded me. These AI sci-fi slop kind of audio stories that I listen to on YouTube. There are so many fixed phrases and terms and names. The same names come up time and time and time again. But certain stock phrases like "hold my beer," for us it's like a Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit annoying. There's a difference. That's a biggie. That's why I was saying that. That's one of the alien will say something, and the Earth Admiral or whatever is running the space fleet will say no, like this. There's a difference. So many stock phrases and stock names. If you ever watch one of these things, folks, watch out for Sarah Chen. She's fucking everywhere. I'm convinced that it's a Chinese AI and it's Indians churning out millions of these stories. There's basically only 5 stories, and you just get a different variation with a different bunch of names, and then it's whether you get a happy ending, whether you get a good ending or bad, and it's just AI something. And one of the day I listened to this AI, so AI makes the storyline. AI pads it out and gives you the full script. Then an AI voiceover, AI narrator, and then AI subtitles. Even though they had the full fucking script at this point, that's not how they generate the subtitles. They have the AI listen to the video that they produced, listen to the audio that the voice, and they come up with. Everybody's name has 5 different spellings through the story. But the stock phrases and the people, there's always a Chen, a Martinez, a Morrison, a Vasquez. Well, it's fascinating. But one key feature of all of the stories is the girl bossing. It's all very woke. A group of people will be talking to an individual and they walk off. And then it'll say, they did this. They're talking about the individual in that modern fucking they. My pronouns are they, them. It's so confusing. It butchers the fucking English language. If a gang of people meet a single person and the gang walk off and then they say they, I assume you're talking about the fucking gang. Because plural. But Sarah Chen is always either the president or the admiral that saves the world. And the preponderance of Chinese names and the girl bossing leads me to believe that it's a Chinese AI. And they're pushing the DEI envelope to the extreme with the way it's always the women in charge, almost always. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just paranoid and I'm looking at it too closely. But I'm convinced it's Chinese AI, which makes me wonder about their motivation for some of these decisions. But it's definitely Indians that are churning out the stories by the millions. If you type what is it, HFY into YouTube, HFY stands for humanity. Fuck yeah! We almost always win in these stories. We do remarkable things. We're fantastic. We are the universe's ultimate. But it's very much female-led in the stories, and the use of the they thems. I don't know. There are other things that I can't think of at the minute, but I'm watching for the you know, for the diversity stuff. The girl bossing in particular. Some 12-foot alien attacks some 5-foot little Earth girl, and she ends up throwing him around the room. You know? just like on most Hollywood films nowadays. Invites Starmer to visit. He's full of hot air. Mr. S is in the house. Hello, Mr. Sharafshire. In the midst of strange times, yeah. May you live in interesting times is the Chinese curse. So I'm only doing another half hour, I think, Mr. S. If you're thinking of settling in for the night, it's going to be a fairly short one, only 4 hours. I think I'm tired. Tina, I think she's asleep. I don't know which end I'm looking at. Shall we have a look? Oops. Let's have a see. I'll just unplug the phone. Do remind me to plug it back in after this. You're only here to drop a like. It's past your bedtime. How's the weather in Holland? Netherlands. Oh, I don't know. Is that offensive? I don't know if that's offensive or not. Is that? Oh, that's ahead. We're at the back though. You'd have to be over here to see her properly. And I don't want to wake her up. There she is. There's my girl. There's my girl. But she does look to be asleep. Oh, let me. You missed an F there, Oscar. Not that it matters. Well, it matters to Mr. S because it's his name, but or his handle at least. We're used to the name Holland. It's not offensive to 99.9 of us. Okay. Oscar's trumping after his meat and potato pie. Is it meat and potato or is it potato and meat? You have to name them in the order of which has got the main ingredient first. See, when I was a kid, they were always meat and potato pies. Now they tend, if you're buying them in a shop, they tend to be potato and meat pies. That was the EU, wasn't it? Bringing in all these rules. That was the EU. The weather is good, by the way. Oh, I'm glad. It was good here today, but it hasn't been so good this week. This is why I'm tired. The sloppy joes are delicious, by the way. Ground beef, or minced beef, if you will. Crumbled with a tomato, onion, and pepper sauce. Okay, so I was along the right lines. Yeah. Serve on a bun, okay. It's like bolognese on a bun. If I was to be crass and is this what was it Scruff introduced us to the other week? Burger helper. Would that be that? Or could that be that? I'd never heard the term. So when you say to someone over here, when you say burger or anything, they're thinking of the meat patty and probably with the bread, with the bun. Not used to having the word burger thrown around just to mean the minced beef or ground beef. Oscar. Yeah, hamburger helper, Mr. S. Scruff mentioned it out of the blue a few weeks ago, and none of us Europeans knew what he was on about. But yeah, it's a jar of some sort of sauce that you mix with ground or minced beef, whichever word you prefer, and do something with it. I don't recall the details, but I think it's for putting it in a bun. Well, hamburger helper has noodles and more of a one pot. Okay, one pot dish. Okay. Noodles. I don't recall him mentioning that, but I might just have missed details. There's this thing. If you say hamburger to most Europeans, they're thinking of as a minimum of a meat patty, but probably of an actual bread bun with the meat patty. Don't use the term just to mean the minced beef, ground beef, whatever you prefer. Where are we, folks? I've got 25 minutes to try and waffle on. Yeah, I'm with you, Mr. S. I think most Europeans are. I'd never heard the term hamburger helper until Scruff Dog mentioned it. It's probably a month or 6 weeks ago now. And we all just went, what? What the fuck? Cook meat, add sauce powder, milk and water, and noodles. Slow cook for 10 to 15 minutes until the sauce thickens and noodles are cooked. Are these noodles, when you say noodles, are you talking about pasta? Because, or do you mean more like a China, Eastern noodles, a rice noodle or something? There's something else I've noticed with Americans. You use the term noodles even for pasta, and I've never heard anybody European use the term noodle. We, as far as I understand, certainly in Britain, pasta and noodles are two distinctly separate things. We never heard anybody use the term noodles for a pasta. Noodles are like the Chinese or the Japanese would have. It's always interesting. Differences in language, differences in way people do things. That's why I like watching these reaction videos. Some Americans will visit Europe and kind of, I don't know, whinge about the differences, and then someone else does a reaction and adds commentary around it. It's surprising how interesting it is watching somebody watch something else. That's kind of fascinating. That's something that's grown up with the internet. That was never a thing on TV. People did it on the internet, and then they started making TV programs of people doing that. I don't remember the name of the program, but in Britain we've got one where a family sit on the couch and kind of blather on about whatever's on TV. And some of them go on and become stars in their own right, somehow. It's a funny old world. But I do watch these travel kind of reaction, these travel differences video. It's pasta, either elbow macaroni. Yeah, you see, there you go. I wouldn't. When you said noodle, I would have never thought pasta. Noodles are Asian. Yeah. It's a European versus American difference. Either elbow macaroni or flat like a bow tie pasta. Okay. It's like the English and the term pudding. Yeah, well, pudding's interesting because it does have it did originally have a specific meaning. But yeah, people get lazy with language and things. So pudding originally was something that was steamed. So if you've got it in a whatever that muslin, if you've got it in a rag in a those white cloth. So you put the stuff in, you squeeze the juice out or whatever, you tie it up, and you steam it above a pan of water or whatever. And this is why puddings can be savoury or sweet. So like Christmas pudding is like a cake but steamed. But we also have steak pudding, steak and kidney pudding, which is pastry with meat inside. So this throws Americans because you use the word pudding to mean like a custard or a mousse with the bubbles removed. We also throw around the word pudding as the course, the sweet course. The what's another word for either sweet? The you know what I mean? The afters, the whatever you're having after the main course, whatever the. There are other words, and I'm not thinking of them quickly enough. But yeah, so we've used the word pudding just to mean afters, just to mean that sweet thing that you have after the main course. So pudding ends up. I don't know how we ended up with Yorkshire pudding being pudding because theirs never was steamed. Black pudding. Black pudding could have been steamed at one, I guess, to turn the blood. So black pudding or blood sausage. I think Americans tend to call it blood sausage or blood pudding. I think that's steamed, maybe. So yeah, it's tied in a bag and steamed was the original meaning of pudding. But then so that's why you can have savoury or sweet versions. But some of the other things are how Yorkshire puddings became puddings. Probably the afters thing. It's probably my mum tells tales of how they would have a bowl full of lots of small Yorkshire pudding, and then they would put jam on them and eat them as the sweet course after the main course. So maybe that's why they're puddings, or maybe just that they're small. I'm not sure. But again, they can be eaten savoury or sweet. You have them with your roast beef and with gravy in them, or you can have them separately with a bit of jam or something on them. Yeah, language. It's always interesting. Which is why I watch a guy called Rob Words, and also listen to the Purple podcast, whatever that was called, with Sexy Susie Dent and Giles Brandreth. Foreigners, you won't know who these people are. It's a game show in England called Countdown, very famous. Everybody knows Countdown. It's a word. It's like a parlour game, but words. Draw a certain number of letters, vowels or consonants. You're drawing them blind, and then you've got to make words out of them. Whoever gets the longest word gets the points. TV show been on forever. Started on Channel 4 on Channel 4's first day. In fact, it was the first program on the first day, and very, very famous program. And Susie Dent was like the librarian or the professional word person. She actually worked, I'm not sure, with the Oxford English Dictionary people, classifying and adding words and changing definitions and things. So she's very famous. And Giles Brandreth was like a guest raconteur on the program. Someone would just come along and add some conversation and tell some jokes around it. And these two people do a podcast now called the Purple Podcast, because purple rhymes with burple. That's the only word it rhymes with. And so that's what they called their podcast. Words, folks. Words are always interesting. It's not also just different language. It's not just like the US and UK differences. I always love hearing Flemish people talk. Technically, Dutch and Flemish are the same. Don't you also know Walloon's Belgium, isn't it? Flemish are the same language, and we can understand each other 99%, but some words just have a different meaning. It's like Swedish and Norwegian, if Tom's still here. Swedish and Norwegian share a lot of words, but I think they have different grammar. But from what I can gather, the young Swedish, by young I mean 40 and below, I don't know, can understand each other more than the older. So there are some Norwegians here in Torrevieja who can't understand a word that the Swedish say to them, but there some of the younger ones. So the ones at retirement age seem to have no clue. But some of the younger ones can just converse away, no problem. But often they'll just switch to English if they get stuck, because the Norwegians and the Swedish all speak English, almost all. Again, some of the older ones not so much. I think sometimes the rural ones, the ones that are like further north, haven't adopted English as much. I'm I'm guessing. Not guessing's not the right word. I'm speaking outside of expertise, but also some words are not used in the Netherlands and some words are not used in Belgium. Yeah, language is always interesting. We don't know where the word dog comes from. There's one. Rob Words did one, and he showed a map of what word is used in all these different countries, and a lot of them have words that begin with can, like canine, and a lot of them have something closer to like perro in Spanish. I don't know where chien. That's the French, isn't it? But dog. Hound is the more common word in the Germanic languages. Hund. British. We had hound. We had hound right up. That was the main word for dog, right up until something like the 16th or 17th century. And then hound became one specific type of dog, or category of dog, and the word dog just appeared out of nowhere, and nobody knows why. There's no root to it. Nobody can find. And there's a whole bunch of these words that did the same. Oh wow. Okay. Sometimes lead to hilarious situations. I can imagine the confusion there. So in one language it means by intercourse you mean sex, not just conversation. And then the other it means taking a shit. I guess they're both natural bodily functions. I don't know. They're just different functions. Yeah, interesting. I always like the words that technically have an innocent meaning, but also have a rude meaning. So ejaculate is one. If you blurt out a word, it just means to erupt, to burst forth. So you can ejaculate in conversation. You know, someone just blurts out, "Bloody hell!" But it has its other eruption. Yeah. So an innocent meaning and I'm not going to say vulgar, but another specific meaning that might not be intended all the time. Yeah. Hund, yeah, yeah, hund. I think Norwegian would be hund, if Thomas can confirm for us. Is he still here? He might not be. When did it go from wolf to hound? The words or the actual animal? The actual animal is about 10,000 years ago, isn't it? Allegedly. But yeah, I guess as dogs, if you look, wolves and dogs have some quite distinct differences. And I guess as the differences were developed by deliberate breeding, then we probably developed different words for it to distinguish them. I don't know. I can't remember what the differences are. There's something about the shape of the snout. There's something about the way that the front legs, when they stand. A dog's further apart and wolves are closer together. And colour of the eyes as well. The wolf's eyes yellow, maybe. But these things were all bred. They were bred out. It's deliberate. Take the litter, and only keep the ones that have the traits you want, or only allow the ones with the traits that you want to breed over successive generations. And a generation doesn't have to be too long, does it, with dogs? Can't they breed after a year or so? Yeah. Although apparently you're not supposed to let them breed the first time they come into season. The females. Allegedly. Surely you have a shit rather than taking a shit. I think you can go either way with that one. Do you want to have it? Do you want to take it? Or do you want to get rid of it? I don't know. The erection crew, yeah. Like, why would you take a piss instead of leaving it? Yeah. Although taking the piss is a phrase for taking the mick out of somebody, for joking. Take the piss. That could be to do with when they used to have people collecting it, because that was a thing in Victorian times. There are useful chemicals in urine, and there used to be people come round and collect it. Potassium or phosphorus? Potassium, must be potassium. Can't be phosphorus in liquid, can it? Potassium. The saltpeter thing, wasn't it? It was for dynamite, I believe. I'm not sure if it's just potassium or if it was the potassium nitrate in the urine. I'm not sure. But there are things in urine, there are chemicals in urine that certain people wanted for certain reasons. I don't know why I know that. I don't want to know that. I know, folks. Doing this thing again, aren't I? I'm at the end of a can, but I've still got, 7 or 8 minutes to do. We did have one, I noticed one interruption in the stream. So the counter here might be off by a bit. I might have to go over the 4 hours to make sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I probably need to do another 8 or 9 minutes just to make sure that we get over that 4-hour hurdle, so that the post-processing can be done forthwith. Is it just me? I like to use those old-fashioned words. Forthwith, hitherto. I don't go as far as using hither and thither for here and there, but I could. Betwixt and between. When else do you use betwixt? What a lovely word. To be betwixt and between. I like all those. Whilst I'm on the subject, it's probably just me, but I hate hearing 2 times. He's done it 2 times now. No, twice. Fucking twice. Let's use the word twice. That's what it's meant for. Now, would I go as far as to say thrice? Probably not, but I could. Reconnecting, you are live. Okay. Decides to kick me out right as I'm on the cusp of ending anyway, but I just need to, please allow me to just move that. I'm going to slide the empty into the, what do I call it? It's my tripod, isn't it? The 3 cans upon which I stand my lamp. Given that I'm opening a can, do you think that might mean I'm carrying on rather than ending on the 4? I would feel a bit guilty opening a can at this time of night if I wasn't carrying on. What do you think? I don't seem to be too tired, except for when I talk about being tired. That is not real. That is, what's the word? Psychosomatic. That's all in the fucking mind. I'm going to crack open a beer, folks. I'll give it another hour if you want. Do we want to vote on it? If you haven't hit the thumbs up and I might carry on. We need to get up to 20 on the thumbs ups. Thumbs ups or likes? What's the better phraseology there? Since we're talking about words and phrasing things and... Is it a thumbs up or is it a like? I'm not sure. Can I have some of my bedding, Tina? I'm a little bit cool, folks. Mainly because I'm sat here with the bedding around my waist instead of around me. Let's have a look. Bloody hell, why not hot hell? Or does it come... Oh, it jumped. Or does it come from... Which is it? I had a... Oh, I took a shit. Oh, there we go. This is the one I was about to read. Bloody hell, why not hot hell? It's probably a battlefield expression, I would imagine. I would imagine bloody hell if you were describing a battlefield and it's like a hellhole, but there's blood everywhere. That would be my guess. Now, we could ask. We could find out, couldn't we? We have Google at our fingertips. How do I... Okay, that's a quick way to just get rid of that. Bloody hell derivation. Derivation, would you say? Is that a good word? Derivation, yeah, okay. British English exclamation. Yeah, I know what it is. Exclamation of surprise, frustration, and annoyance, originating as a mild oath. Oath. That's an interesting use of that word. Likely derives from 17th century religious profanity, referring to the blood of Christ, or alternatively a shortened, vulgarized version of By Our Lady. By Our Lady, Bloody Mary. It has been used as a powerful intensifier since the 1600s. How do you get how do you get there from By Our Lady? That doesn't even make sense after I've read the explanation. Historically, bloody was used in oaths referring to the blood of Christ, making it highly offensive until the early 20th century. Some theories link it to bloods, a term for rowdy, aristocratic young men in the 17th century. While once considered strong profanity, bloody lost its severe, shocking nature by the 60s and is now regarded as mild or a minced oath. The use of the word oath. I would have never... None of those kind of make any sense to me, but what do I know? Don't know, folks. I don't know. Which is it? I had a shit or I took a shit? I don't know. I could use either. I mean, had is just past tense of have. Have a shit. Had a shit. Took a shit. I don't know why we use took. as a as like a modifier of a verb, or or I don't know. It's not really modifying the verb, is it? It's introducing it. To have to do a shit. I'm gonna do a shit. It's an interesting conversation, folks. I'm not sure. Have we got any less kind of profane, any less less vulgar ones? Give a shit, gave a shit, yeah. Used to collect piss in the wartime too, really. Makes a great fertilizer. Nitrogen, maybe, yeah? Or is it the potassium, like I said before? Oh, it's the NPK in fertilizers. Hold on. Nitrogen. Hold on. Which way around? Nitrogen, potassium, and another one. My high school chemistry. K, is that the potassium? Phosphate? Phosphorus. What's the NPK in when you look at fertilizers? There's three numbers. The NPK fertilizer. No, I want like a definition. Three components: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. So potassium is the K. I thought it was. How many of those come from urine? I've got no idea. But yeah. Well, this conversation took a turn, didn't it? We've got urine and we've got swear words and yeah. In China, they collect little boys' piss. They use it to boil eggs for consumption, apparently. It's extremely gross. They boil eggs in piss. Does he know that eggs are permeable? Eggshell. Well, maybe they do know, that's why they're doing it. Is that... You're not making that up. It sounds like you're pulling my plonker. Which is an interesting expression in and of itself. Did the message just disappear? Yeah, I think Oscar retracted his own message. Fake yawn. Don't say fake yawn, because I'll just yawn again. Why would there be blood of Christ in hell? Don't ask me. Urine was used for tanning hides. Lots of things are. Brains are used for tanning hides as well. Tea? Acorns. Tanning. Does the word tanning come from tannins? Is it related? I would have thought it probably is. Hardening of gun or cannon barrels. I don't know. It's not apocryphal. I saw the egg urine thing on a documentary once. We got to look this up, mate. We got to fact check Mr. S. He was only popping in to give a like. He wasn't really here. But now we have to know about China boys' urine and eggs. China? I'm just going to type China urine eggs. I typed it right. I've got no suggestions. Oh, it's hanging. Virgin boy eggs are a traditional dish of Yongyang, Zhishan, China. Pronunciation will be off there, folks. Don't hold it against me. In which eggs are boiled in the urine of young boys, preferably under the age of 10, to make sure that they're virgins, presumably. What the fuck is that about? The go-to springtime snack in Pyongyang is virgin boy eggs. All around the city, dozens of vendors sell this unusual treat. Fucking disgusting. Why? Hold on. Are they boiled in the urine, or are they boiled and then soaked in the urine? How does this work? I need more input. Give me input. What was he called? Johnny number 5. Eggs are boiled in the urine of young boys, preferably under the age of 10. Why? Long-lasting tradition in my pronunciation, Dongyang, I'm going to go with, dating back centuries. Citation needed. Just stated as a fact with no actual backup. In general, China has a long history of food preservation methods. Tea eggs were originally developed to preserve the food for long periods of time. What's that got to do with this? While the boy eggs may not have necessarily the same origin, development comes from a similar cultural background. No explanation for why boys urine specifically. I'm going to guess that it's because the girls are no longer virgins at 10. It's simply been so for centuries. It's historically been believed in Zhejiang region. Anybody going to fact check my pronunciation? That urine has various health benefits. Commonly ingested in ancient times. This is Chinese natural fucking remedies, isn't it? Like dried tiger penis. I'm not even going there. Yeah, no. Do I want to know more about the preparation? Do we need to know about the preparation, folks? Hold on. They are first soaked in the urine of young boys. Then it's heated over the stuff. How long are they soaked? I need to know. Like a day, a week, a month, or just 5 minutes? What's the... After boiling, the entire surface of the egg's shell are cracked and they're placed back in the urine. It's not even just the... It doesn't matter whether the fucking shell's permeable. They take the fucking hard-boiled egg out and put it back in the piss. The soaking process cures the eggs. Fucking doesn't cure the person, though, does it? What the fuck are you doing? According to some recipes, different herbs may also be added. This next sentence, you're just going to say, duh. When finished, the egg whites have a pale golden hue and the yolks turn green. Duh! Have a golden hue. Virgin boy eggs are similar to century eggs in their curing process and historical roots. Health effects and do I want to know health effects and medicine? Health effects. It's going to give you a bad guts. I mean, what the fuck? Urine therapy has been a significant part of traditional Chinese medicine. Oh, man. I don't want to read that. It can treat yin deficiency when your yin and yang are out of balance, decrease internal body heat and promote blood circulation. I would imagine it promotes retching and fucking vomit. Locals assert the eggs also prevent heat stroke. Modern medical practitioners remain dubious about any health benefits of urine therapy in general. Citation needed for that. Oh, man. Okay. Now you know, folks. Virgin boy eggs. Farmer knew all... No, it was Mr. S, wasn't it? Let me just scroll back. Hold on. Who first mentioned this? It was Mr. S first. Only from little boys. Yeah, so it has to be from virgins, and they say under 10, and no one knows why only boys. I'm left to believe that traditionally little girls might not have been virgins still at 10. Is that me being racist again or something? Why only boys? You got to ask, haven't you? Okay, it's got to be virgins. But why boys only? It could be something to do with the fact that this is rooted in Chinese, I don't know, herbal medicine kind of things. Maybe the specific thing they were trying to cure was more tied to male than female. Treating like with like and all that kind of. If I'm going to be kind of generous and charitable, you didn't remind me to plug the phone back in, did you? But if I wasn't being charitable, I would suggest that in ancient times, those girls might not have still been virgins at 10. Or some high proportion of them might not, for one reason or another. And if you want to call me racist, that's okay. Those words don't matter anymore. They've been devalued so much by overuse. Virgin body, okay. That was who posted that? Preferably under the age of 10. Yeah, Wikipedia. Yeah. It's weird though that they boil the eggs. So they soak the eggs. It doesn't say how long for. They soak the eggs in the urine, then they boil that same mixture. Hold on. Is the word mixturation? That's peeing, isn't it? Where does the word mixture? Now I wonder where the word mixture comes from. Don't. Mixturation rather than mix. Now I've got to look, haven't I? I can't ask a question and not get the answer, folks. Otherwise, you know, how are you going to learn anything? I'm going to type mixturation and wait for it to correct me. Mick. It is mick, not mix. Mixturation. Mixturation. There we go. Yeah, okay. We can relax. The word mixture doesn't come from that particular root. That's good. The mixture, yeah. But they soak the egg for some undetermined time. Then they boil it. Then they crack the shell and take the boiled egg out and put it back in the piss. And for some reason, the egg turns yellow. How did we get here? What the fuck is going on? I did see Marie there back again. Hello, Marie. From Wiki. It's a treat. Yeah, boiled in the urine. Probably has to do something with the libido. Do you think this is why why male boys? The Romans used to tax a collection of urine. You can make bleach out of it. If you let urine stand, I think you just let it stand in air. In air or excluding air. And it makes a bleach. Urine becomes a cleaning product. Somehow. How? Let's read up. Hold on, I'll do this quickly. I'm not going to take, I almost said take the piss. Urine in a bleach process. Okay. Urine into bleach. Into bleach. Why is it not? Why is it not filling in? Process. Don't tell me I'm making this up. This is a thing. No, not mixing urine and bleach. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay. Oh, I put urine into bleach, so it makes it okay. Turn. Let's put turn at the beginning of the my mistake. No, I don't mean in the modern sense of turning into sodium hypochlorite. That's not. Historically, urine was used as a bleaching and cleaning agent due to its ammonia content. Yeah, I didn't mean. How could I possibly. Safety warning, do not mix bleach and urine, which is interesting, isn't it? Because people put bleach down the toilet and then piss in it. Reaction, toxic gases, historical use as a bleach. Right, let's get, I want the process. Roman Fullonica laundries, okay. Collection, public urinals, common in Roman times, collected large quantities. Fermentation was allowed to sit and ferment, okay. In the presence of air or in the absence of air? How are we doing this? Unspecified. I came here for the fucking process. Telling me it ferments doesn't... No. It was used to wash and whiten wool and linen fabrics. Fabrics were often treated in tubs of the liquid to work in it. Isn't tweed? People say the House of Lords stinks of... After it rains, if the House of Lords, if any of the Lords are on their way in and they get rained on, they say the House of Lords stinks of piss because tweed. Not sure, I wouldn't have thought that was a bleaching thing, but... Sorry folks, I got a look. I didn't get the process, we didn't get the answer, but we did confirm that urine does turn into a form of bleach. Oh. Let's get urine and tweed. I know it's a magical mystery tour, but... Is tweed treated with urine? Thankfully, urine is no longer used in tweed production. I bet it is at the high end because of those House of Lord guys. Today's islanders still use traditional methods passed down through their ancestors. And then it goes on about a process called walking, W-A-U-L-K-I-N-G, which must have something to do with it. No. I don't know. Urine has a variety of uses in the dyeing industry. Acts as a cleansing agent, removes oil and dirt. It's especially important in preparing wool for dyeing. Okay, apparently it softens it as well. Who knew? Okay, I'm back. Don't tell Rachel Reeves. Rachel from accounts. We went 360 from drinking of seawater to eating piss eggs. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, the ammonia is the reason that urine was used by Romans. Well, from Roman onwards as bleach. But what's I still don't know what the process is. Do you leave it open to the air, or do you make it anaerobic? Do you exclude air? Do you just put a lid on the jar and And how long does... That's why I asked Google for the process, and it didn't live up to expectations on this occasion. I'm lying a bit funny, folks. I got my left leg. Oh, my left leg's dying. Oh, got a dead leg. Oh, here right to the book. Let me bend that leg there. No idea how I did that 10-hour stream the other week. I guess I did the first half outside, didn't I? 5 hours there, 5 hours here. I guess I've done 5 hours here a few times and beyond. Quick swig. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me. Friday night into Saturday morning, and we're well into Saturday morning now. 2:30 nearly my time, is it? Getting that way, yeah. I only carried on this extra hour so that I could open my second can of beer. Yeah, Mr. S with his useless information about pissy eggs, virgin eggs. We can only theorize about why boys. I've only got two theories. And one is that due to the way that Chinese medicine works, I want to say herbal medicine, but urine's not really a herb. Chinese, let's just say traditional medicine. There's often a like with like, treating like with like, isn't there? So taking male only might have something to do with that, a fertility thing. And the other is not taking it from girls because you want it to be from virgins. And that leads to all sorts of unsavory implications, which we won't reiterate. Romans used to brush their teeth with it. It's that whitening thing again, yeah. But after it's fermented. Now, I've got no idea what kind of filtering or like, do you let it stand a while and like some sediment floats, what sinks and some other floats, and you skim some away, and you know what I mean? You know, like you do if you take river water, rather than just filtering it straight away or whatever, you let it stand a while, some scum will float to the top and some other crap will sink to the bottom, and you want the stuff out of the middle. Then once you've got that, you can start your filtering and your boiling and all the other, whatever other stuff you might do with it. But the letting it stand a while can allow things to separate into their good and bad parts. I've no idea. You know what I mean? Especially if you're taking it from a whole bunch of people, STIs or STDs, whichever. I mean, could you catch a dose from this? The mind boggles. Maybe the fermentation process, like it does with sourdough. There's all sorts of bad bacteria in there to begin with, but over time, it's the good stuff that wins out and kills off the other stuff. Maybe there's an element of that. My mind boggles anyway. It boggles me. Often doesn't work, but yeah. How far? Oh, was that? Oh, Mr. S off to bed. That was at 17. That's about I'm a good 8 minutes behind. I'm sorry if I missed you, Mr. S. Catch you next time, mate. Ta-ra, as we would say in certain parts of England. Britain. I knew about piss and leather. Sometimes it's horse, not horse leather, horse urine, horse extract. All these things. What? Yeah, okay. Yeah, when penicillin was first invented, for the first couple of years, everyone they gave it to, they caught the urine and filtered it back out of them. True story. True story. When they were trying to mass produce penicillin, it only grows on they had it in a bath, and it only grows on the part that's in contact with the air. And so they could only make a small batch at a time, and they literally made it in a bath. But they could only make the amount that's in contact with the air. So anyone that was given the penicillin, they captured their urine after and filtered it back out. Until a guy came up with the idea of feeding air bubbles through the bath, so that there's more contact with air. Air or oxygen. I would imagine just air, and that those bubbles give all that extra surface area, and that's how it started to be. I'm going to say mass produced, but it would have been small scale. But then it wasn't necessary to recapture it and filter and reuse. Yeah. But at least the birth control hormones and things affecting wildlife and everything. That's one of the theories for why we've got like reduced sperm counts and things, reduced fertility. That's the word I was struggling for. Do you see, the brain just doesn't fire, does it? And that extra second just getting caught up and not being able to think of the word. But yeah, that's one of the theories for why we've got reduced fertility. That and the fact that men and women just don't seem to like each other anymore. In the younger ones, anyway. Look at Japan. The lads would rather watch sexy cartoons. Or porn. And the boys and girls just don't get together anymore in that way. Which is why Japan are dying out. And starting to go the route that we went. Bringing over people from other countries to look after the elderly. There's so many elderly and so few young'uns. Yeah. What do they call it? When I was at uni in the 90s, when I was at uni in the 90s, 93 or 97, demographic time bomb they called it, and now we're right on top of it. Japan, I think they're the oldest. The population are the oldest in the world. Skew heavily towards the elderly because they're living longer, but the generations below them are having fewer and fewer kids. But various reasons. But in theory, the hormones thing is a thing. The encouragement to be gay, trans, etc. may be another thing. And the fact that the girls and the boys just don't talk to each other and don't like each other. They're each off just taking care of themselves, as it were. Yeah, no, interesting. Okay, we're coming from 4 hours 30, folks. Are we keeping going? Or are we going to call it quits here? Because I am getting a little bit tired now. It's been a long week in some ways. I don't know. Oh, Karen steps in. Hello, Karen. Young lad sick of being taken for a ride by women and authority. There's all of that, the divorce thing and how courts and whatever you favour, family courts, whatever you want to call them, favour women. That's another thing that the whole undermining of marriage and everything by various things. Hope you had a good birthday, Karen. Yeah. See you soon, I guess. Did he take you out? Have you been anywhere? We can discuss that in private. We don't have to do that here. Hope you had a good one though. Still going here. We are, Andy. I was just discussing whether to draw a line under it here or whether to do another half hour. It's been a long week. I haven't slept much at all this week, but apparently I'm not. Apart from when I talk about whether or not I'm tired, it's every time. It's every time I think about saying I'm not tired or I yawn. It's entirely psychosomatic. I mean, I was just saying before, I am starting to get a little bit tired, but not like yawn out loud. Ugh. All right, Oscar, mate. Catch you later. Kisses to Tina. She's fast asleep, mate, but she says woof back. Or at least she would if she was awake. Thumbs up, folks, on the way out the door if you haven't already. Not long now, yeah. Yeah, this is true. Well, I hope you had a good birthday anyway. Frank is heading off to bed now. I don't know what, folks. If everyone's leaving, I could just draw a line under it here rather than battling on for another half hour. The aim was to do the 4 hours so that the post-processing of chat replay and everything happens, and all of the different resolutions and things. I think mission was accomplished. Weather and work been getting better. I haven't. We need to have a catch up, Frank, don't we? Not tonight, mate. But one day soon we'll have a chat at an hour that suits both our time zones, whatever that might be. Somewhere around midnight my time, probably, or later. Okay, folks. I think I'm going to call it quits there, folks. If that's, unless anybody really wants me to go on for another half hour, I could do it if people want to. But it looks like half of you are wanting to leave. Are you seeing 18? I'm only seeing 17. But all right, that's the Ajax request thing again, isn't it? Just say Ajax with an X, an X. Two days, 4 hours. I wasn't going to ask. I didn't know whether you'd want to post that publicly or not. So if I add another 3 days onto that, that's probably when I'll see you. Obviously, you're not going to rush around here the day after. You need time to settle in, don't you? Oh, my right shoulder again, folks. Even though the chat wasn't jumping about too much, it did jump around a bit, and the deltoids is aching pretty bad. Oh, this is also the arm that I carry Tina around with as well, though, isn't it? When we do the walk thing. I think the boy, good, you don't know about, do you? I figured the day after you arrived, you just want to kind of sit in the house and chillax and not get bothered by anybody. Arranging the workmen to be there. No, you don't hang about now. That's the rule. Okay, folks, I think we're done. I've gone a few minutes over the 4.5, but I thank you very much for joining me, for spending a Friday night into Saturday morning with, I call myself a tramp. I mean, Some people object to me using the words, but then you're having the car service the week after. All right, say your final goodbyes. Hit that thumbs up on the way out of the door if you haven't already. After the stream ends, give it a few seconds and maybe leave not a chat, but one of the other ones, a comment saying what a good stream it was and how much you enjoyed it. All the talk about urine and the origins of some swear words and things, or curses, whatever you want to call them. What else did we cover? Mainly me and my unlucky bad weather situation and difficulties managing solar power when there's no sun. I don't know what else I waffled on about for 4.5 hours, but I did. I somehow managed these things. Who knew? I had no idea. If you'd have told me kind of 4 years ago that I'd be doing this, I would have never believed it in a million years. But I thank you all for being here, folks, and I'll catch you on the next one, which probably Sunday night, yeah? Unless I do a cookery one either Saturday or Sunday through the day. I'm not sure. I've got a lot of veg and some things that need using up. They're maybe not presentable enough to do a cookery kind of program. Maybe I'll do one where I just chat to you while I cook and it's not about the food. Then you don't have to see my kind of moldy cauliflower or whatever, do you? I don't know, folks. Okay, let me see whether I can finish this in the manner to which you may have become accustomed. Let's see whether she did just make a noise and roll around, but I don't know if she's awake. Let's see. Hold on. There's the flash. Hold on. Oh, look. There she is. Still asleep, though. Oh, no. Sorry, babe. I'm waking you with the light. You want to say bye-bye to the peoples? Say night-night. There you go. So, folks, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out.